TSSA are supporting and the delegates are moving formally, and yet there's a call for opposition from the floor, I will give the mover of the motion the right to come up and speak, because I think that's only fair. Okay. All in favour, please show. And against? Items carried. Thank you. Right. I move on to item 8, National Care Service, with 2 amendments, all of which are supported.
Who's waiting?
Where we are. Right. Retired members group.
On Zoom.
On Zoom. Yeah, he's waiving his right to speak. Langston Cumbria General.
Okay.
Yep. It's a minute for a second.
I only need 54 seconds.
Excellent.
Go. Right. Since February, I left the British Transport Police, and I've been working in the care and health and social care sectors through an agency, and I'm involved with a group called Care and Support Workers Organised. Some of you may have seen Channel 4's drama Help, which is set in a care home in Merseyside at the start of the pandemic, and it shows it's a really good reflection of the frustrations and the concerns that people had. And this is written by somebody who, I'm going to keep it anonymous, as agreed, and it was a response to that Help drama. The drama did well to show the skilled nature of care work. It takes a certain type of person, and the phone's just gone off, it takes a certain type of person to be able to form relationships with service users, understand their needs, reassure them, and de-escalate potentially dangerous situations. It also did well to show that the emotional labour involved in caring for people can and often does push workers to breaking point. Especially as carers are often expected to work without the right equipment, deal with chronic understaffing, long hours, and abysmal working conditions. There's guilt that comes from knowing that the people you're caring for aren't receiving proper care because of how the care industry is set up. Can I just say, on behalf of thousands of people that you will never meet because they are behind closed doors, thank you for passing this motion on their behalf.
Okay, right, we do have amendments to this. Amendment A, Midlands retired.
Since the mover is proposing it, I'll...
Absolutely, yep.
Peter Vincent, Midlands Retired Branch. President, Conference. My branch fully supports the Labour Party's commitment to a National Care Service funded and delivered broadly in the same way as the National Health Service was before its recent privatisations. And this is covered by the heading and second paragraph of this motion. However, the first paragraph, dealing with comments from Sir Keir Starmer and what was in the 2019 Labour Party manifesto about working people having a greater share of wealth and power, whilst laudable, is irrelevant to whether we support a national care service. When motions deal with two subjects which are only loosely connected, the force of the motion and any campaign based on it is likely to be lost. Boris's much heralded statement on fixing the crisis in social care once and for all with a clear plan we have prepared to give every older person the dignity and security they deserve does nothing of the sort. What it does is make proposals that in 2 years' time will enable better off people who need social care before their death to be able to pass more of their wealth to their descendants. His proposals will leave management of social care in the hands of local authorities, whose focus is likely to be on the many other services they are responsible for, and the delivery chiefly in the hands of private companies whose aim is to employ as few staff as possible, pay them peanuts and make profits for their shareholders. What we need is a properly funded and managed national care service, which the motion as amended would make TSSA policy and instruct the EC to campaign for. I urge you to vote for the amendment and the resulting motion. I move Amendment A.
Okay. Do I have a second? Oh, formally? Yeah, thank you. The Executive Committee are supporting the amendment and waive the right of reply. Retired members group to respond to the amendment A. Yep, he's actually waived the right of response. So we will take this via Zoom.
No, he's got his hand up now.
Oh, sorry, apologies. Michael.
Yep. Thank you, Chair. Michael McGuire, sorry, Michael McGuire, retired members group. I think the motion as it stands without the amendment makes very clear, simple statement of what we should be supporting. So I ask conference to reject the amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Right, we'll take a change lab vote on this because it is actually contested. Everybody okay getting on the system in the room? No, right. People that are on mobiles, if you open your screens, tap refresh. Should be able to get you on. Everybody okay in the room? Everybody okay online? Yeah, it appears so, thank you. Right, Sam, if you could launch a vote for 30 seconds, please. Will. Sorry, Will. That's reading his bloody thing there, isn't it, earlier on? We missed Sam. If you could launch a vote, Will, for 30 seconds. I never did any of the techie stuff anyway. Everyone good online? Yep. Thank you. Okay, if you could launch the result of the vote on Amendment A when you're ready.
4.
Right, the results are 420 and against 14, so Amendment A is carried. With the carrying of Amendment A, the motion now becomes the property of Midlands Retired. And we will then move on to Amendment B. So, Amendment B to be moved by the Disability Working Group.
Now that the motion's mine, can I accept Amendment B?
But only from the floor. Only from the rostrum after they've spoken. So Disability Working Group, you've been given a bit of a tip there, but it's down to you if you wish to speak. Yep. DWG, if you could unmute Kath on Zoom, please. Apologies. Kath Murphy, DWG, on Zoom. Still muted at the moment, Kath. Catherine Murphy.
Sir, I know she texted me earlier on, she's been having problems connected to this, so I ask for your patience.
Okay. She is. Here we go. Right, carry on, Kath.
Thank you. Conference, we thank the EC for supporting our amendment, but we're disappointed that the retired members couldn't accept it. We agree with the motion, but we feel our amendment ensures that taxpayers' money is not used to fund private healthcare. We understand the benefits of being able to outsource, but that's not what we're about. When you see kidney units and cancer research departments being bought out, then something's got to be wrong. NHS patients being sent to private hospitals for cataract operations, as I was, and being asked if they're NHS or private, and then put in an NHS waiting room, not a private one. So where's the equality there? We do understand private hospitals can release pressure on the NHS, but we're talking about a national care service. We don't want a national care service that's privately owned. And we all know that social care, it's a vital public service. Much like the NHS, the contribution of social care to our society, it should be a source of pride. Our current social care system's in crisis and it's not fit for purpose. Too many people are going without the care they need. Failures in the system are putting great pressure on unpaid carers and on the people who need to receive care. It's a service that has the potential to be used by every family in the country. As the number of people with complex care needs and the number of older people continue to rise, a care system is needed that's simple and provides a fair system for all those who need it. By committing to the development of the workforce, they will ensure that people who use care services get the support from qualified and trained staff who have the time and the skills needed to care. To reject our amendment would be supporting unqualified care for the disabled and elderly, even in their own homes. So, conference, please support the motion and our amendment.
Thank you. South Eastern Metro to second the amendment, and they've waived the right to second. Thank you, John. Right of response from Peter.
Like the mover of the amendment, I've no idea why the mover of the original motion didn't accept this amendment. As now the holder of the motion, I'm happy to accept it.
Okay, well done. The amendment's now been accepted. I'll take this as a show of hands. All in favour of Amendment B, please show. And any against? Okay, Amendment B is carried. I'll bring Jill in after this. Okay, we now move, the motion now becomes the property of the Disabled Working Group. And so we move to a vote on the motion as a whole. DWG, you've got the right of response to the motion as a whole. No, and that's been waived, thank you. We'll move to a vote, we'll take it by hand. All those in favour, please show of the motion amended by A and B. And against? And that's carried. Thank you. Jill, you had your hand up.
Sorry, President. Good morning, everyone. I put my hand up on the screen because I thought that was the way to vote. I'm new to this
All right, yes.
technological involvement.
If it's something that there is generally got broad support, we're accepting somebody waving the hand at the screen so we can see you.
I understand that now. Thank you very much.
No problem at all. Thank you, Jill. See, we've even got hybrid delegates now. Move on to item 9, Scotland, from Scotland Retired. Stevie, and he's waived his right to speak. Thank you, Stevie. I've got seconder. Formally, thank you. Executive Committee support, so we waive our right to speak. Scotland Retired. Right of reply. That's waived, thank you. We move to a vote. I'll take it by hand. All those in favour, please show. And against? Carried, thank you. Item 10, page C2, order sheet C2, page 17, anti-racism, ECs in support, and I call Euston. Euston, Sarah Jane on Zoom. Apologies, Gareth.
Formally.
Thank you, Sarah. Do I have a second? Formally. Yeah, not according to my sheet. I can only go what's on the sheet in front of me. I do recall that Scotland Retired was shown to be shown on the sheet, but it doesn't in front of me. So, EC are in support of what is a very important motion. So we move to right of reply. Yep, that's waived. Thank you. Move to the vote. All those in favour, please show. And against? Items carried. Sheet C2, page 18. Number 11 on unemployment, called Network Rail North London. Formally and happy to remit. Do I have a seconder? Formally. Right. Executive Committee. Who was speaking on this one? Martin. Martin. And you're happy to waive your right to speak because they're remitting? Yeah, okay, thank you. Network Rail North London? Right of reply? No, that's waived. Right, the branch is happy to remit. Is conference happy to accept the remittance? Yeah, agreed. Thank you. That item's remitted. Item 12, banking services, and I call LT retired. Formally. Thank you. Retired members group, second. Yep, that's formally. Thank you, mate. EC waives its right of replies. We're in support. LT retired. Right of response. Yep, thank you. Take the vote in the room. All in favour, please show. And when I say in the room, I mean on Zoom as well. And against? Right, no one, thank you. Right, I've got two hands up on Zoom. Jill.
Thank you, President. On things like that motion where the EC, motion 11,
Yeah.
Network Rail were happy to accept remit and conference has now accepted that. But I feel that conference ought perhaps to know the EC's reasons to ask for remit, where the motion might look, you know, just like a motion, a good motion. I remain intrigued as to why the EC didn't feel they could support that motion. And could I ask that where it is remit and repose, even if the mover is willing to remit, that the EC give their reasons to ask for that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Did they have another hand up there? No, I'm good. Right, move on to item 13, banking services. London and Southern retired.
Moved formally.
Thank you very much. Irish Committee to second.
Move formally.
Thank you. Executive Committee support. London Southern retired to respond.
Waived.
Thank you. Hey, we're getting through this. We'll move to the vote. All those in favour, please show. And against? And that's carried. Right. Item 14, Composite A, COVID and transport workers. South Eastern Metro to move the composite. We've moved that formally. London Bus and Rail Operators to second. Formally, thank you. Executive Committee is in support and waives its right to respond. Reply. And that's waived. Thank you. We'll move to vote on this. All those in favour, please show. And against? Thank you. Right, move on to item 15, COVID and transport workers. Sheet D1, page 22. And that's been withdrawn, so I'm told.
Yeah.
The SOC said.
Thank you very much.
Because there is a, isn't there a, what do you call it, a Compass Act, isn't there? Yeah.
Okay. Again, I can do what's on the sheet. Okay, so that item's been withdrawn. Item 18, sheet D2, page 23, COVID and the travel trade. EC are in support, call West of Scotland. Leslie Pollock on Zoom. Apologies, Gareth, I'm forgetting this. I know these people are, you don't.
President, Conference, Leslie Pollock, West of Scotland. I'm not going to go into the great speech about it. I just want to remind everyone that we're about to fall off a cliff edge with furlough ending at the end of September and ask everyone to support the motion. Thank you. Thank you.
DWG on Zoom. Kath Murphy. To second.
Okay, formally.
Formally, thank you. Executive and committee in full support, so waive our right to speak. West of Scotland on Zoom, right of reply? No, thank you. We move to the vote. All those in favour, please show. And against? That's carried. Sheet D2, page 24, item 19, COVID and transport workers, and I call Women in Focus. And that's waived, thank you. Right, I do have an amendment on this, which is, do I have a second? Formally, thank you. Right, mover of the amendment, call Langston Cumbria General.
Hi there, Nyron White, Langston Cumbria General. In brief, this is not a drastic amendment, but I do believe it's meaningful and important. We believe we need to strengthen it from calls on to instructing the EC to set the priorities of the association. How that is managed is open to judgment, but it does need to be set as a priority. We need to focus on shift work as well, and we need to get the EC to work with employers and British Transport Police to ensure that women workers, key workers, care workers are safe, can work safely and with dignity. And perhaps just as importantly, we see the original motion talks about provision for frontline workers during the pandemic. We do not wish to see a return to a new normal, if that's what it is, which reverts these important changes that we are fighting for. We wish to see, when the pandemic ends, all of the good work we fought for continue. Conference, please support this amendment. Thank you.
Do I have a second to the amendment? Formally? Thank you. Right, call on the Executive Committee to speak on the amendment.
Morning, President, Conference. Nicola Dukes, North East member. Conference. The EC wholeheartedly agree with the initial motion from WIF. COVID has had a major impact on everyone. There's certainly been a major imbalance where women have borne the brunt of childcare, family commitments and care in general. The RCF principles were agreed in May last year. Union members and employees have all adhered to these throughout lockdown and since the easing of lockdown. The RICF guidance is designed to support with arrangements which have already been put in place to protect rail workers. Local discussions have taken place to enable social distance guidance and to protect key workers. However, the amendment is to instruct our union to work with the employers seems slightly misguided. We already have a set of principles delivering good, safe systems of work and implemented throughout the pandemic across the rail industry. The company I work for, LNER, has been extremely effective throughout COVID, helping women who have needed understanding around caring duties. There's been some who have not, but we always strive to challenge employees to deliver arrangements which meet the needs of women within the industry. The amendment refers specifically to working with BTP. This reference is difficult to understand. The amendment wording would specific reference to women who do the majority of childcaring, homeschooling, and specific reference to roles involving shift before instructing the EC to work with employees and BT police to improve the safety environments. The EC does not understand what role BTP have in improving safety environment for women delivering childcare and homeschooling. As a union, we will continue to campaign for improvements and safety around all aspects of women's work in areas such as this. Tasks and roles. This includes within BTP and women workers. We all face the same issues throughout the industry. COVID has left us all overstretched with childcare. Therefore, we need to campaign with the whole industry. TSSA continue to engage with employees and support all women across the rail industry and public transport. For this reason, I ask you to support the motion and oppose the amendment. Thank you.
Okay. Women in Focus, Jill Murdoch on Zoom to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Nye, for a really good speech on what I think is a really good amendment, but I don't feel that it's an amendment to this motion. I could not possibly oppose what is stated in this amendment, nor anything that Nye said. But Women in Focus feel that it's expressing an ongoing need for all workers, and for women workers in particular, perhaps in many circumstances. But we feel that it detracts from the focus of the motion on issues arising from the pandemic. If it stood as a standalone motion, we would be supporting it wholeheartedly, probably seconding it. But we feel it is out of place as an amendment to this motion, so it distracts from the focus. So I would ask the conference, reluctantly, but I would ask conference to oppose the amendment but support the motion. Thank you.
Okay. Right now, as this is contested, I will take this as a change lab vote. So, everybody online in the room? Everybody okay on Zoom? Yep, thank you. Will, if you could launch the vote for 30 seconds, please.
God, we've got the hang of this now, haven't we? We've got the hang of this. But it works well. Actually, it does work very well.
It does work well. Right, if you could launch the result when you're ready, please. Yeah. In favour 9 and against 27, so Amendment A is lost. Call upon Women in Focus to respond to the debate as a whole. And that's been waived. I think it's safe to take this vote by show of hands. All those in favour of the motion unamended, please show. And against? That's carried. Sheet D2, page 25, item 20, COVID and women workers call North East operations. Just thank you. Yep, that's moved formally. Women in Focus to second. That's formally, thank you. EC support, waive its right to speak and reply to the motion. Formally? Formally, thank you very much. We'll move to the vote. All those in favour, please show. And against? And that's carried. Right, move on to Composite B, COVID and public transport. Page, order sheet D3, page 26. And a call upon Lancashire and Cumbria General. And that's been waived, thank you. Crewe and Cheshire General at second. That's Steve online, and that's been waived, thank you, Steve. EC waives its right to speak as we're in support. Right of reply? Waived? Thank you. Move to the vote. All those in favour, please show. And against? And that's carried. Thank you. Item 23, COVID and public transport. Call upon London bus operators.
Steve Lloyd, London Bus and Rail Operators, President Conference. I just wanted to jump up to add some information from the rostrum, an update on related matter but not new to the motion. And sadly, I cannot endorse what Al Stolten's T-shirt said last night. The reason being is since submitting the motion early this year, the government launched Bus Back Better, a new national bus strategy for England. And much as it pains me to welcome a document by the Tories with a foreword from Boris stating at the very beginning, "I love buses," it does strangely give me some hope that the bus enthusiast in Boris promises £3 billion and grudgingly admits that the Tory deregulation and privatisation of the buses in the 1980s was not such a good idea after all. But having said all that, our motion stands, the EC support it, and happy for you to sort of try and carry it with that additional bit of information for the EC to bear in mind that there might be some funding, but it probably won't be very much. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Do I have a second? Formally, thank you. Executive Committee are in support. Waive its right to speak. London Bus and Rail Operators, right of reply? And that's waived. Move to the vote. All those in favour, please show. And against? And that's carried. I, however, do fully endorse the shirt that the acting treasurer was wearing last night. Got your back, bro. Thank you very much. It's a presidential loving. Move on to item 24, COVID and disabled people, and call upon Disability Working Group, Kath Murphy, on Zoom. Kath?
Formally.
Formally, thank you, Kath. Lancashire and Cumbria General at the second.
Yeah, seconded.
Yeah, that's formal, thank you. Executive Committee fully in support. Right of reply. And that's waived, thank you. We move to the vote. All those in favour, please show. And against. And that's carried. Right, move on to item 25, which has been withdrawn. Item 26, COVID and loneliness. And call upon future TSSA. It's moved formally, thank you. LT retired? Yeah, that's seconded formally, no. Network Rail North London, move the amendment. And the amendment has been moved formally. Do I have a seconder? Formally, thank you. The Executive do support the amendment. Future TSSA to speak on the amendment.
Harry Gibb, future TSSA. Comrades, all we thought in the motion that we didn't agree with is that originally when we wrote the motion it was about the return to the new workplace, where we thought that the amendment sort of made it more like the return to the old workplace. We know things have changed and we need to consider different things and how we're going to approach consultations with employees in a different way to support hybrids, mobile and home workers and office workers. I think it's a bit of a different world, and that's just sort of what we thought changed by the amendment.
Okay. Right, so the amendment is opposed, so we'll take this to a change lab vote. Everybody okay getting online in the room? Yeah. Everybody okay on Zoom? Thank you. Will, if you could lodge a vote on Amendment A for 30 seconds, please. Okay. Launch the result when you're ready for me, please. Oh. Those in favour of the amendment 14, those against the amendment 15.
Wow. First vote.
And 5 abstained. This works, doesn't it? So with that, the amendment is lost by 1 vote. Right, so the motion remains unamended. EC are in support of the motion. Future TSSA to respond to the debate as a whole? And that's waived, thank you. Right, we'll move to the vote on this. As the amendment was so close, I'm going to take this by change lab. So if you could launch everybody online in the room? Yeah. Everybody good on Zoom? Thank you. Will, if you could launch me a vote on the motion unamended for 30 seconds, please. Okay, launch the result when you're ready, please. Yeah,
Landslide.
and that's
Landslide.
positively carried. But just because there was some opposition, I thought it best to run it by account. That item's carried. Thank you, conference. Right, I move on to supplement sheet 2. Order sheet D4, page 30, and call TfL Central. EC in support of this. TfL Central waive the right to speak. Appreciated. Call upon Underground number 1, a second. I'm not actually sure we've got any Underground number 1 delegates, so that'll be formally. EC remain in support. Waive its right to speak. TfL Central waive the right to reply. We'll move to the vote. All those in favour, please show. And against? And that's carried. Thank you. COVID and TfL resilience. Call upon LT retired.
Deshbadwa, LT retired. Conference. This particular motion, those of us who work for or have worked for TfL, predecessors may remain timely when even the state-owned enterprise fails its staff. This is ongoing now. The staff with special needs are denied rightful access to a suitable workplace, with known example of even TSSA members being forced to relocate to other buildings where all the hot desk positions are filled before the members arrive at the right time for their work or shift work. This happens to one of the active members of our LT Divisional Council. We appreciate that TfL is going through a tough time at the moment, operationally and financially under pressure from hostile government. We recognize that TfL has made effort to accommodate staff, but transformation programs has forced many people to leave despite not wanting to. Cutbacks of office space for essential work have been made life close to impossible for staff for special needs. We need statutory change in working place practice, not just for TfL, but for all employers. These present laws are not strong enough, rely on individual to take on Gothic employer, often at times when unions' resources are stretched. We need a statutory funding mechanism for all transport operators such as TfL, all network being developed by a Labour elected mayor across England. Transport is essential to enable life to continue, to open access to those who with less mobility and to reduce social exclusion. It must not be dependent on the whims of the government or a profit-making or profit seekers. We are keen to see why EC opposes these sensible and necessary adjustments to life living, our right to reply with reflected. I move.
Okay. Disability Working Group to second. That's Kath Murphy on Zoom.
Conference. BWG is seconding LT Retire's motion 27, COVID and TfL resilience. You know, we really do want to second this motion because we object to TfL taking advantage of the situation by unreasonable workforce reduction and imposing hot desking for staff, particularly with special needs. What they're doing goes against the reasonable adjustments and access to work rules. Staff that are entitled to these adjustments have not got to be ignored or discriminated against. Perhaps if TfL understood that with access to work funding, they don't have to contribute towards access requirements if the employee is working from home. It would work to everyone's advantage. We appreciate that hot desking may result in financial advantages, but it shouldn't be at the cost of disabled people. Conference, many people are suffering with the measures that TfL are enforcing, but as usual, disabled people are disproportionately affected. I urge you please support the motion. Conference, I second.
Call upon the Executive Committee to respond to the motion. Ooh. Right, who's got item 27? Yeah, I know you've got it, Dinesh, but you're not in the Executive Committee, brother.
Oh, he's online, isn't he?
No, no.
Yeah, you're not allowed.
He's probably gone.
Okay.
Carry through.
Right. Like we've got nobody there, the executive are opposing this, and I don't know why neither. So, I'm just going to have to take a vote in the room. I'm sorry. Right, all those in favour of the motion, please show. I suppose you've got a right to response to the executive committee, but we haven't given you one. So, anyone against? No, that's carried. Didn't we just? We pulled that one out the back, Wally. Thank you for your support, brother. We knew we can rely on you. Right, if you want to take the chair, Alex, I'm just going to kick someone's ass. Right, we now move on to sheet F1, page 49, and I call upon TfL Central. And this is item 47.
Luke Howard, TfL Central. I'd like to thank Network Rail Milton Keynes for putting this motion forward and accepting our amendment. And as you can see, as you will see if you compare this with the preliminary agenda, the motion's a lot shorter than it was. But the nub of it is there. We've seen various issues in the way the union performs its functions that clearly indicates we need to have a system of control, a system of management that will improve accountability and transparency throughout the union. And many of us in our working lives have come across quality management systems that would deliver that. And in very simple terms, this motion is calling on the EC to put in place a project to deliver such a system for TSSA. The timetable, we think, is entirely reasonable. Obviously, there are issues about the future of the union. There's an expression, certainly I heard of growing up in the Lake District that may be familiar in other parts of the country. Poor people can't afford to buy cheap. Just because we are short of money, that's all the more reason for putting in a system like this that will make sure we do things properly rather than run the costs of having to do things again or repeat things because they're not done properly.
Sorry, excuse me. Luke, I do apologise. I've got to rule this item out of order and I'll give you the reasons why. I apologise that you're into your speech, but the reasons are valid. Conference and ruling this item out of order, item 47, that was to be moved by TfL Central and seconded by Network Rail Milton Keynes. The reason for my decision is that whilst the motion calls for the establishment of an organisational improvement project to implement a formal quality management system, it is actually a staff matter, which is reserved solely for the General Secretary under Rule 12.3 of the Association Rulebook. Conference formal quality management systems such as ISO 9001 are focused on an organisation's constant improvement and growth, which inevitably mean that they have to take an active role in improving the performance and productivity of the workforce. The focus makes the thrust of the motion a staff matter, and in accordance with the rulebook, I have to rule it out of order. I do apologise that you'd started your speech. It was on the second page, but it does say so on the front, so my bad.
Question?
Yes, Luke.
Luke Howard, TfL Central. I'd actually just about finished my speech.
Yes.
I would say that this motion is calling, I would ask you to consider that the motion is calling on the EC to put this in place. The General Secretary in managing the staff works to the instruction of the EC. It's commonplace for motions that we have here to ask the EC to address issues about how the union operates, and this is entirely within that scope. I don't see why this is different from any of those other motions, and I urge you to reconsider that decision and allow this motion to stand.
Quiet, Kennedy. You're on SOC. Sorry, my decision is to rule the matter out of order because it's a staffing matter.
With the greatest reluctance on what has been a very comradely conference and one where we know we are pressed for time. In fact, I think we're less pressed for time than I advised you this morning. But I do feel I have to move the President out of the chair.
Is there a seconder?
Somebody say yes.
Yeah, it's been seconded online.
Yeah, okay. Can we move straight to the vote then? And remember, this requires a 2/3 majority. So where can you set?
Just what it does mean. It's only this decision.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, for the decision to move the President out of the chair, you require a 2/3 majority.
And for this motion.
And for this motion only. Yes. Yeah, it will be on change lab.
And I'll take this vote on change lab.
It will have to be.
Everybody online in the room?
Okay. Is everybody online now?
Right. Adam, online, I am aware that you've got your hand up, but when there's a call to move the President from the chair, no, the business is taken.
Absolutely. We take the vote first, and then whatever business is taken after.
I'm sure it may be linked.
Is everybody online now?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Right.
Can we take the vote?
If you could launch the vote, please. Okay, if you could launch the vote when you're ready.
It says launched it.
Sorry, show the result when you're ready. Oh, you're absolutely right, General Secretary. That was close.
Yeah, anyway, that didn't get the 2/3 majority it required, so it's not carried.
Question. The 2/3 majority is usually regarded as votes for and votes against. The abstentions aren't included in the percentages. If you take off the one extension, there are exactly 2/3 of the votes that were cast in support of the proposal.
Yeah. You can only actually take the people that vote for and for against. People that have abstained have chose to abstain. It's the percentage of the people that have voted. So I'll move to next business.
But the percentages shown on that screen include the one person who abstained within the total.
Yes, but you didn't get enough to remove the President from the
I did.
chair.
I got 26 votes for, 13 against is 2/3 of those voting on the motion.
Simple mathematics. 13, 2/3.
Well, change lab said different. Right.
Debate the motion.
Yeah. If it's 26 and 13, yeah, do you debate the motion? It's 2/3. So, carry on. You need to speak on this, but.
Yeah.
Right.
What happens now?
Well, Luke, did you want to finish your speech?
I've completed the speech. I refer my honourable friends to the answer I gave before. I move.
Okay. Right. Network Rail Milton Keynes to second. Adam Wilson on Zoom.
General Secretary Conference, Luke has already given a good overview. Many of us are employed by companies that have quality management systems or integrated management systems. It's an expected means to run a successful organisation in the modern world, from FTSE 100 companies, charities, non-profit organisations, and probably your favourite sporting team. It's internationally recognised as best practice to promote a customer and member-led organisation. leads to more efficiency, improved organisational culture, and improved leadership decision making. As a relatively new member and branch chair with relatively new branch committee, we're struggling to find clear TSSA operating process and procedures that are currently not in the rule book or correctly not in the rule book, as they'd be too detailed for that. And that's one of the reasons why we believe this is a legitimate vote, because this defines the processes between branches and the TSSA. As a recent example, we had a member who had to resign from their employer to use unused holiday pay to pay for their rent or risk homelessness. This was because the company was not being flexible in providing reasonable adjustments to enable their return. When the member tried to access financial support from the TSSA, this was met with a delay by over 5 months for an EC decision. But this was against the backdrop of emails and communications between the branch, the TSSA HQ, to determine what was the actual process, and if the branch had the authority to deal with this locally, or if it really needed to be managed by the EC. As branch, we still don't know if the process for this should be, or for many other items. And a response that is an answer is hidden away in the basement of 17 Devonshire Square in conference notes from before I was born.
Time, please, Adam.
Satisfactory answer. Use your supreme authority.
Could you mute?
Vote for this.
Thank you. Call upon the General Secretary to respond. Not in the middle of a debate.
Good morning, conference. President, I hope you all had a great night. I definitely did. Look, the President was right. This is predominantly a staff matter. The Secretary has talked about branches, divisional councils and reps. That's not what the motion is asking you to do. A quality management system is about the way that we manage our staff. Are you seriously telling me that you want me to go back and tell our staff who at the moment are facing uncertainty, because we are all facing uncertainty in this union, voluntary severance, the possibility of not knowing what is going to be there, that you want at this point to implement a quality management system? Come on, don't lose your senses here. The last time we tried this was back in the 1990s. We did try to implement a quality management system, and it was abandoned after it soured industrial relations. And if you look at the timetable, it's completely unrealistic as well, because to implement a quality management system, you will have to change the way that people work. You will have to ensure, and you know this, you're all trade unionists, that there has to be adequate consultation and negotiation with the GMB who represents our staff. But you're setting a timetable that is almost on tablets of stone, a progress report in 6 or 7 months' time to the next conference, and then to have this system in place and working by 2023, by conference 2023. Come on. You've got to set a standard here that none of you will want your employer to set on you. Even if you wanted a quality management system, and I'm telling you, this is not the time to do it, when our staff are facing uncertainty, when we've got voluntary severances coming up, when we've got a vacancy freeze. So there's all that to deal with, and we're going to go and tell them we want a quality management system. Our staff will think that you've lost your plot. And I know that you haven't, so please vote against this.
Luke, to respond.
Luke Howard, TfL Central. Manuel, you know I have the greatest respect and very high esteem for all the staff I've dealt with in TSSA, and I take second place to nobody, including you, in my view that our staff are very important and do a great job, and I want to thank them over and over again for everything they do. About this conference and everything else, that's not what this is about. This is about putting in place processes and procedures about the whole functioning of the union, and I agree that it is an important issue. I think that I would point out that we are not instructing DEC to put the system in place. We merely say it should aim for that. If the timetable isn't workable, the timetable isn't workable. The motion recognises that and sets a target rather than an instruction. And that's a key difference. That's a key point that was flawed in your argument. As I said before, poor people can't afford to buy cheap. We do get things wrong sometimes. It's important we put in place processes to make sure that we do that less. And I urge you to support this motion.
Right, we'll take a change lab vote on this. Everybody okay online? Yep, thank you. Everybody okay in the room? Thanks. Will, if you could launch the vote for 30 seconds, please. Okay, if you could show the result when you're ready. For 24 against 14, the item's carried.
Question.
Yeah.
This doesn't instruct the ECs.
Yeah.
Malcolm Wallace, Anglian South General. Colleagues, I'd like to know now the actual status of our agreed motion. Because there are, it seems to me, whichever way, it doesn't matter where we've gone on this, we now got a policy from colleagues that's in direct conflict with where the General Secretary is. And it's also an issue with the EC. So there's also the relationship with staff. I don't want to go over that debate again, but I really am concerned now there is a fundamental split between where we're going. So the implications of this motion we've now agreed to is starting to worry me. And I'd just like to know exactly where it goes and what the status of it is going to be. Thank you.
Calling on General Secretary to respond.
Well, the motion says that it doesn't instruct the EC to a timetable, so I would wait to see how the EC wants to proceed with this. Yeah. But clearly, if it impinges on my right to manage staff, I will have to consider my position.
That's what's scaring me.
Yeah, of course.
And Peter raises a very valid point of order. My bad.
President Conference, Peter Vincent, Midlands retired. Under conference regulation, sorry, I've lost the right point. Under the conference regulations, when a motion for the President to leave the chair is called, the chairmanship for that vote is passed to the General Secretary or another national officer. It was passed to the General Secretary. How then was he able to speak on the motion, and how come you took the chair back again after he'd spoken before we'd disposed of this item?
I accept that I should not have spoken on the item. I should have passed it to the acting Treasurer. However, the General Secretary, while stepping in and stopping anybody else from speaking, did not take the chair for the item. But yes, you're correct. I shouldn't have done it. And for that, I can hold my hands up and humbly apologise to conference for my breach of room. Promise not to do it again. Be on the ball next time, Acting Treasurer, please. Okay. Right, we move on to item number 48 and a call upon North East General to move. Oh, sorry. I'll take you after this motion, Adam, if that's okay. Thank you.
President Conference, David Howarth, North East General Branch. President, due to the carrying of item 52 yesterday, which included an amendment from this branch, we ask permission of conference to withdraw item 48.
Okay. Thank you. Does conference agree to that withdrawal? Agreed. Thank you online. Thank you. Much appreciated, Dave. Adam Wilson on Zoom, you've got a question.
Yep. Thank you everybody for voting for that motion and looking to improve the transparency of the TSSA, which I know is what we're all here for in its efficiency. Manuel, the question is, please seek advice and support on introduction of the quality management system. As at its very basics, all it is about writing down what you currently do. It has no industrial relations implications. It can be at its very core. This is widely recognised globally amongst many of our employers, and many of us work within quality management systems today. Please seek advice and guidance for when choosing to implement it. And this is within your gift through the EC to implement in a positive way. Please implement it in a positive way.
Look,
You're a course man,
no. It's up to the EC will deal with this motion in the same way that they deal with every decision you've made. The point that Malcolm asked was about my role and the rule in managing the staff. If the EC asked me to implement something to do with the staff that impinges on my role and the rule, I would need to consider my position. But he's talking about branches. I just don't see the relevance of the motion with relation to branches. But anyway, the EC will have to look at this in greater depth.
Okay. Item 49, which is sheet F2, page 51, and a call upon TfL Central.
I'm pleased to say formally.
Thank you very much, Luke. Luke has nothing to say. Could that be in the minutes, please? Right, Luke agrees to move formally. Crewe and Cheshire General to second online, and that's waived. The Executive Committee are in full support. Right of reply? That's waived, thank you. Move to the vote. All those in favour, please show. And against? And that's carried. Thank you. Right. Item number 50, TSSA organisation, and I call Langston Cumbria retired. I'm not sure who the delegate is. Ron, thank you.
Oh, please, Ron.
President Conference, Ron Boyd, Langston Cumbria retired, moving motion 50. There are two amendments to the motion, both of which the branch accept. The object of this motion is to try to ensure that people, upon retiring, are placed in the branch of their choice. Currently, there are far too many members retiring, and we have heard over the last 2 days from the General Secretary just how many more are going to retire. And we need to put these people in the right branch so that they continue their membership. It is without doubt got to be acknowledged that some branches would be unable to function without their retired members. And this motion in no way seeks to change this. There is already in use a retirement form, which Luke was showing yesterday, which many people are unaware of, usually through ignorance of policies and procedures by both the individual and, sadly, in certain cases, by branch officials. And that is why full-time staff should assist individuals to get placed in the correct branch for them. Upon retirement, it should be a question of choice for individuals as to which branch they are in. Yes, many will choose to stay where they are, especially those in officer posts, but just as many wish to have a lower profile. Give everyone the choice. I move.
Before I move on, Ron, you said that you're accepting the amendments. Did you accept them at standing orders?
I did tell the chair of standing orders, yes.
So they're accepted at standing orders, yes?
Yeah.
Right, okay. Thank you very much. Well, that's not where I've got sheeted. A call upon London and Southern Retired to speak.
Thank you, President. President Conference, Steve Halliwell, London and Southern Retired. I would just like to emphasise that this form should be given to every person who is retiring. This was brought up yesterday, but it should now be emphasised, and I would like to thank Lancs and Cumbria Retired for accepting our amendment, which included this form. I second.
Okay, thank you. Right, with the acceptance, which is news to me because it's not what it says here, but with the acceptance of Amendment A, this now changes the Executive Committee position on this motion from oppose to support.
President, it's Amendment B that they've accepted. They've already accepted Amendment A, haven't they?
Yes, but they've accepted Amendment A. Therefore, we supported Amendment A, and with the acceptance of Amendment A, we're now supporting the motion.
So Amendment 8 cured the difficulty that the EC had with the motion.
Yeah. Yep.
This is a difficult one to handle. Luke Howard, TfL Central. My concern is that the branch has also advised that they accept Amendment B, which the EC were opposing, which I think is also perhaps wrong in fact, in terms of the rules don't allow members to remain in the ordinary branch if they wish. The rules specify which branch people should be in. And accepting both those amendments slightly contradicts each other, and therefore I think we need to have a vote, at least on Amendment B.
That makes sense what you said. So you can oppose it.
Okay. So the executive are now in support of the motion
as amended. Yeah.
As amended, Amendment A, and we have the right to speak on that. I do think Amendment B is going to need to be moved because one of them should have been ruled out at standing orders because they conflict each other. So I call upon South Wales General to move Amendment B. There's nobody here?
So it falls.
So, in which case, Amendment B falls. Therefore, the Executive are now in support of the motion as amended by Amendment A, which cured the problem that we had with it. And with that, I think it's safe to go to a hand vote. God, this has been complicated. All those in favour, please show. And against. The item's carried as amended by A. Thank you very much. Right, item 51, TSSA organisation. Call upon the retired members group to move. That's Michael Maguire online. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Michael Maguire, retired members group. This motion tries to recognise and keep in contact with our honorary like members. There's nothing in the motion that seems to contradict what we, TSSA, have to comply with regarding data protection, i.e. line 7, instruct the EC to maintain the details. That does not conflict with data protection. There's no reason for EC to oppose that. What we're asking is that each HML is contacted once a year. I can't see any major problem with that. It maybe says letter, perhaps email is sufficient rather than letter. But basically, all we're asking in this motion is that TSSA continues to recognise that it has unelected members that they have been an asset to TSSA in order to be awarded unelected members, and to contact them at least once every year. Conference, I urge you to accept this proposal. Thank you.
Do I have a second?
Formally.
Thank you. Executive Committee to respond? Not again.
51.
Right.
It's Alan. It's not one of mine.
Sorry about it, everyone. President, Conference, Al Stoughton, pseudo-treasurer. The EC would ask you to oppose this motion on a couple of points. The rule book makes it quite clear that honorary life members need to contribute to or benefit from funds of the union. It might sound petty and penny pinching, but the cost of sending a letter out would incur a cost to us. They'd all add up, and that would technically be a cost to the union that they would be benefiting from. More importantly, though, it's more responsibility of branches to maintain contact details for members within their branches. Anyone who has been appointed as an honorary life member is certainly assumed that they'd have been a fairly active member during their working life to be put forward for honorary life membership in the first place. So I find it very hard to believe that a branch wouldn't have contact with them in the first place and expect the EC and head office to maintain that for them. Don't burden our staff, who are already stretched as it is, any further. I ask you to oppose this. Thank you.
Thank you. Retired members group, Michael online, right reply. Yep, he's waived his right to reply. Thank you.
No.
Oh, he's not waived his right to reply.
One reply, yeah.
When you put your thumb up, it confuses me. Carry on, brother.
Thank you, President. Yeah, I accept hands up could mean anything apart from hands up. Okay. My response to that is what I tried to do when I proposed the motion is preempt what Manuel or what the Treasurer may say. The cost of sending a letter out, that can be nil if in fact the honorary life member is contacted by email. So there will be nil cost. The cost of maintaining the records is nil. It's there already. We do have a retired members group. Perhaps the honorary life member, depending on his age, like myself, would become a member of that and be kept in contact that way. Motion 50, the motion that was just carried, talk about retirement as well. But certainly members, current members and retired members, I think TSSA needs to ensure that they keep records of them and that they keep in contact with them. And that can best be done by email or letter, which is the reason for this proposal. Thank you.
Right, the item's opposed, so we'll take this as a change lab vote. Everybody okay online? Thank you. Everybody online in the room? Yeah. Thank you. Right, if you could launch the vote, Will, and that's on item 51. 30 seconds, sorry. Okay, if you show the vote when you're ready, thanks. In favour 23 and against 15, so that item was carried. Right, move on to sheet G, order sheet G, page 54, item 53, TSSA democracy, and a call upon North East operations. Online. Who is it? Jed. Jed?
Conference Jed Higgins, North East Box, speak motion 53 and first time delegate. Conference, my branch is concerned that despite TSSA being industry leaders with our work on diversity, inclusion and gender equality, we don't appear to have a rule book that reflects what we have achieved. My branch applauds the TSSA for this work, and that is why we're bringing this motion to conference. In 20 years, we have had only 4 presidents. In the same period, our sister union, the RNT, has had 8. Conference, what does the RNT have that the TSSA doesn't? They have term limits, just like we quite rightly apply to our scrutineers, SOC members, and conference REC. Our sitting president, through no fault of his own, by 2023, will have been in the position for nearly a decade. But nobody stands, I hear you say. This is true, but instead of just accepting that, we should be applying what we've learned through the hard work of Nadine Gray and her team and our inclusion reps. We need to open that door wide to engage and encourage a rich, diverse selection of members from a membership of nearly 20,000 who wish to stand, but don't, because they feel they will have no chance against an incumbent president, who we know does a fantastic job for our union. Our branch would like to pay tribute to the work Mick does and say a thank you to Jason Turley, our outgoing treasurer, with congratulations to Al Stoughton, our incoming treasurer. Conference, as we've said, we need to grow and develop with the times and trust you, our members. That is why I'm asking you to support our motion to open up our union to greater democracy, inclusion and diversity, and include term limits for our president and treasurer. Conference, please support our motion.
Do I have a second?
General, second. President, Conference, I'll take my mask off so you can hear me. President, Conference, Nairn White, Lancs and Cumbria General. If this were a highly prescriptive motion which set out rules and specifics, I would be more wary of this. As it is, I believe this is an excellent motion. It is encouraging our executive to support TSSA and its legacy as we've continued for nearly 125 years. I'd quite like to see another 25 and longer. And to do that, we need to have continuity. We need to have stability. I know not everyone wants to be compared to the RMT, but we do need to see a transfer of experience. We have impressive experience accumulated in this room, in this conference, on our executive. We need to ensure that there are ways for people to continue to learn so that my generation and generations afterwards will be able to pick this up so that our executive, that all positions will represent our union at all times in all ways. Thank you very much.
Okay. General Secretary to speak on behalf of the executive.
President, Conference, I'm asking you to vote against the motion. You had a vote yesterday that proposed a rule change that would have implemented some of what this motion is trying to do, and in your wisdom, you rejected it. I'm just surprised this has been debated again, because you rejected it yesterday. But look, We haven't got this idea that everybody's elected the same and everybody has got restricted terms. It's a nonsense. There's no restrictions on how many terms the General Secretary can do. There's no restrictions on how many terms our trustees can do. There's no restrictions on how many terms branch officers can do or workplace representatives. That's a reality. The majority of our elected positions haven't got a restriction on the amount of terms that people have to face. And when you look at our national officers, as I said yesterday, they're elected by all of you, by one member, one vote. The other EC members are elected by constituencies. They have very different jobs. And you get to vote for them. All of our members get to vote for them every 2 years. So if people are unhappy with the job that they're doing, you can kick them out. So you've already put a mechanism in place that allows you to replace people at very short intervals. Every 2 years, you could replace your president and your treasurer if you so wish. And you know, to say that the RMT have had 8 presidents in the last 20 years, well, they've also had a few general secretaries, and they're all falling out with each other all the time. I don't think that that's the best example of stability that anybody would want to bring to our union, because actually they've been really unstable for a period of time, including losing the last general secretary when they attended the last conference. So look, conference, what we've got works. It's accountable, it's democratic. Every 2 years, you get to vote for who sits in that top table, with the exception of the General Secretary, which you get to vote every 5 years. So our 3 national officers are elected by one member, one vote of the entire membership. Please, don't change this. Don't change your mind from yesterday. You voted against this yesterday. Just be consistent and keep this the way it is. Vote against the motion.
North East Operations to respond.
Thank you, General Secretary. I don't agree with you. It's the same motion as yesterday. This is a completely different motion. It's about making other people willing to stand against the President and the Treasurer. You can only replace people if someone else stands. We had low turnout in ballots in previous years for those positions. And really, nobody can tell us what's happened in the last 18 months. We need to be thinking about succession planning, bringing in new blood, bringing in new members. So please support this motion.
Okay. Right. We'll take this motion on Change Lab. Everybody good online? Everybody okay in the room? No? We've got a couple of no's over there. We're okay now, thank you. Everybody else good? Yeah, right. If you could launch the vote, Will, for 30 seconds, please. Okay, thank you. Launch the result when you're ready. In favour 15 and against 24. That item is lost.
Question.
Yeah.
It's not come through on our screens.
Oh, has it? Could you put it on the big screen back there? There you go. It's not coming through on yours. Gareth's hovering behind you to have a look.
Refresh. That's a new word for a conference. Refresh.
Okay. Item 54 has been withdrawn. Sheet G1, page 55, item 55.
Question?
Yes, Luke.
Luke Howard, TfL Central. We've been going for nearly 2 hours now. Can I ask when you intend to take a break, please?
Yep. I mentioned this at the start. We'll take a break at 12:30. I asked for the indulgence of people online because it's very difficult online. I think a 2.5 hour session in the room's just about doable, and then we'll take a half-hour break. But unlike me, you can go and stretch your legs at any time, brother. And could we make sure everyone's on silent, please? Right, call item 55 and Network Rail North London.
President, Conference, Aidan McGrady, Network Rail North London. This is my first time attending conference, and it's been fantastic to see the democratic processes in action here over the last 3 days, showing that this is a truly members-led organisation. However, the union should continually strive to improve its democratic structures and processes. This motion simply looks to resolve a current issue, which is particularly acute at some branches, where work issues are dealt with by industrial relations reps negotiating collective agreements without direct endorsement from the membership, and that these reps are not directly accountable at all times to those members. This motion proposes to resolve this democratic deficit with 2 simple requirements. I would stress particularly the second one of these, which is especially critical, that reps shall explain to the branches affected and the membership what actions and decisions they are taking on behalf of their members. This is something I have seen to work within my own branch, so I know it can be done. Therefore, Conference, in order that the voices of the members are heard by those who need to hear it, and to strengthen accountability within our union, I urge the Conference to support this motion. I move.
Okay. Now, I'm not sheeted as having a second here, but I'm suspecting it might be Milton Keynes. Yeah, it is. It's not sheeted here. So, call upon Milton Keynes to second. Adam online. Sorry, yes.
Yep, we second. So, do I get a minute to speak now?
Pardon?
I seconded. Do I get this minute now to speak?
You get a minute to speak for a second, yes.
Brilliant. Thank you. Just losing track. Okay. And what this motion is really about is about strengthening the democracy of the TSSA and the role of the branches, actually recognising that at the moment the members and the branches don't have a say in the collective bargaining agreements which define actually workplace issues. And Milton Keynes in particular, and it may not be the same for all branches, we're a workplace branch. We are a branch for one building of 5,000 to 6,000 people, and to not be able for our members through the branch to be able to voice a view and opinion on collective bargaining issues is not democratic. The other aspect is this, that by the negotiating team having to go back to the branches and the relevant constituencies and seeking their vote and engagement and understanding will lead to better collective bargaining agreements and actually increase their negotiating ability. One of the RMT strengths that they have when they're in negotiation, other than their willingness and to strike and their membership base, is that they have to go back to get a vote. And if people in the room say, I may agree with that Network Rail or the other organisation, but I need to go back and put that back to members, I think that will or will not pass, it actually strengthens their hand. So it's actually increasing democracy, it's increasing the deals that we can actually get with existing employers. So please exercise some of your supreme authority again, and please vote for a very proactive democratic motion. Thank you.
Okay. Executive Committee to respond. Call upon the General Secretary.
President, Conference, I'm asking you to oppose this. I mean, I'm not even going to respond to a lot of the points that the last speaker made, but they're not correct. to have an industrial action ballot, you need to have a members ballot. You cannot get greater participation than that. When we got any pay deal, all of you in the hall who are reps know it, we put it back to the members, whether or not that pay deal is acceptable. But the reason we're opposing this is point A. Look at what point A says, and words have meaning. They're saying that you've got a branch meeting, one of the big branches, where we've got a general branch, yeah? And you've got a company within your patch, say Amy Consultancy, for argument's sake. And they've got a dispute, but nobody attends your branch meeting. And then you cannot debate a motion that affects them. So you cannot send them a message of solidarity. Nobody in the union can put up a motion in the branch in solidarity unless there is an affected member. Because it says there that you cannot vote on any issue, you cannot vote on any motion. That's what it says. Might not be the intention of what they wanted, but that is what the motion says. The motion says that you cannot vote. So when our members in London Transport go on strike, nobody else in the union can go to the branch and have a branch meeting, unless they're a London Underground branch, to send either motions of support or donations, whatever else, whatever the branch might decide to do in that support. And that is what it says. And imagine if you've got a branch meeting and, you know, we were always complaining we don't get enough attendees, and you've got an item and the secretary of the branch has to say, well, who can now vote on this item? And you do that for every single item. How many of those people are going to come back to a branch meeting? If they're not affected, directly affected by anything that the branch is discussing that evening when it comes to industrial relations matters. Look, I don't know what the intention of the motion was, but whatever it was trying to achieve, it's not going to make a union more democratic. It's going to make it less. So vote against this, and maybe the branch needs to reconsider to put a different motion and tell us exactly what they're trying to achieve. But to limit who can vote in a branch is not the way forward, and it's fundamentally undemocratic.
Okay. Network Rail North London to write a reply.
As stated by myself and by the Milton Keynes branch, this is about increasing democracy, increasing accountability and getting endorsement from the members that are affected. We cannot have a truly members-led organisation if we do not seek endorsement from those people that are directly affected by any motion. I therefore urge that you do support this motion and increase the democracy within our organisation. Thank you.
Okay, this item's paused, so we'll take a vote on Change Lab. Everybody okay online? Yep, thank you. Everybody online in the room? Yep. Will, if you could launch a vote for me, please. 30 seconds. Okay, thank you. If you could launch the result when ready. 4-10 against 28, and that item's lost. Right, move on to order sheet G2, page 56, item SU1, TSSA Education, call upon London Metropolitan Branch.
Good morning, Conference President. I'm Felix Matthew Brown, London Metropolitan. I think the motion is quite clear, but to give you a bit of background, many people in this room, members, will appreciate that TSSA over recent years have attempted to run courses in-house, if you like, and have gone away from the previous TUC courses. What's very, very clear is without the best intention, the best intentions were obviously there, but it hasn't worked. And in short, what it's meant is we've got reps that don't get access to courses, haven't been able to get on courses. The courses that have been run have been very short and arguably not fit for purpose. What this motion simply does is ask the EC to explore going back to the TUC courses that many of us will remember. The courses that were run, and often reps were able to be in bigger classes, learning from each other as well as the courses themselves. The situation we have now is that we have people that want to become reps are unable to because they're not qualified, or they're in position and don't have access to courses. And what I would point out is that we've had a lot of discussion about retaining and getting members. And if you don't have reps on the ground, you're not going to get members on the ground. One way to get members and keep members is by making sure we have active, trained reps in the workplace. And as somebody who's coming from TfL and London Underground, we have got too many vacancies, and we're being told we can't fill them because people aren't trained to fill those positions. Having trained reps on the ground is linked to gaining members and retaining members. So I would urge conference to support this motion and go back to the established courses which kept our reps trained and updated in their courses. Thank you, conference.
Do I have a second? Formally? Yeah. Melissa, respond on behalf of the executive.
President, Conference, Melissa Hayward, Executive Committee. Conference, this motion calls on the EC to look into bringing back TUC recognised courses, as the current GFTU and in-house courses apparently are not working. It argues that the GFTU in-house courses are not fit for purpose due to being compressed into 3 days rather than the 10 days on the TUC course. This effectively places more value on the length of the course rather than the course content. The motion also states that the TUC Stage 1 course issues you with a qualification at the end of it. This statement is factually incorrect. Having completed a TUC Stage 1 course myself in the past, I can confirm that no qualification is issued at the end of the Stage 1 course. Indeed, it is actually stages 3 and 4 where you earn a qualification, and these courses run over a course of 1 to 2 years respectively. And in some cases, some employers will not allow release for anything other than the current Stage 1 course. Course content within the Stage 1 TU course is also not focused on the railway industry, something the GFTU in-house courses are focused on, because it will predominantly help our members and our reps. Our in-house courses have improved in the last couple of years with the introduction of communities of practice. The communities of practice are groups of people who share a passion or concern for something that they do and learn how to do it better from their course leaders and their peers within that community, in between key training events and activities. I also know that the in-house health and safety courses have had a massive revamp recently and is significantly better than anything we have ever done previously. This revamp was conducted by the TSSA's National Health and Safety Group, of which I am a member. As such, conference, there would be a little logic in discarding our TSSA training programme before it has been assessed in favour of a return to TUC training, which previously failed to meet the needs of our union, and in that regard, I must ask you to oppose this motion. Thank you.
Okay. London Met to respond.
Thank you, President. I'll be honest with you, I don't recognise most of what's been said. I did a Stage 1 course and I did have a certificate, and I did Stage 2 and I did have a certificate. Now, admittedly, that was a long time ago. But what I would point out is, whilst I haven't looked at the website in the last couple of days, all the reps in London Met branch have repeatedly told me they can't find any courses. So the argument that courses are available and they're being done is simply not recognised. Look, the fact of the matter is, if we go back to TUC courses, which cover a much bigger area, they're courses that will be run, scheduled times, aren't cancelled at the last minute, and have a bigger availability. So I do urge you to support this motion, conference. Thank you.
Okay. Right, the item's opposed. We'll take a change lab vote on this. Everybody okay online? Yep, thank you. Everybody okay in the room? Right, Will, if you could launch a 30-second vote, please. Okay, thank you. If you could launch the result when it's available, thank you.
Not carried.
That's for 17 and against 17. The item's not carried. It was close, but wasn't it? I might have needed to call tellers for that one.
Yeah, in the old days it would have been the old tellers out.
Yeah, 12:30. Ian. Disability Working Group, Kath Murphy, if you could be ready, I've just got a question in the room.
Ian MacDonald, Kent. President, with the very close vote on the previous motion, would it be relevant to ask the EC to just have a look and compare what's happening with the TUC courses and the GFU courses and see if there really is any justification for the concerns expressed by the Metropolitan Branch? Because clearly there are, and there seems to be a difference of opinion as to the results that take place. So I think there'd be no harm in them asking to have a look at what's going on and see if there are any justifications for what the London Metropolitan Branch has said. Thanks.
It was the will of conference not to carry the motion, so it's not carried. Item SU3, page 57, sheet G2, Disability Working Group. The executive are in support of this motion. Kath Murphy.
Chair, conference. We do appreciate the efforts that the EC make to listen, and they do usually act on our feedback when venues are checked. But our disabled members are still disadvantaged every year. We've still got problems with conference venues, and all we're asking for really is a level playing field. Although the EC are supporting, they have done every year, and we've got a motion way back in 2015 that was carried to say that we would always look for accessible and use accessible venues. Again this year, we've had to repeatedly request emergency evacuation procedures from the hotel and the conference centre, not happened from the conference centre. The hotel procedures are woefully inadequate for a disabled person. I don't know what would have happened if we'd had anybody who was confined to a wheelchair attending in person this year. Just don't know what the problem is. All hotels hold these forms. Is it the companies that our union are using to seek venues? Just what is going on? The conference centre being used now, go and have a look at the lift into the conference centre, not the lift to the hotel, the one into the conference centre. Because when we viewed it, we noticed that the doors aren't wide enough for a wheelchair to get through. And the answer to that was, well, there's plenty of room inside. Great, but you've got to get in the first place. So we compromised on that one because the lift in the hotel itself, you can get a wheelchair into, and then you just follow the walkways through to the conference centre, but you go and have a look and see what we're up against. We never did get a list of accessible rooms, they were never ready. I don't know, we just seem to go on and on and on. It's just embarrassing that we're here every year. Really, if you think about it, you know, if when you walked into the conference centre there was a big board saying no women, no LGBT, no BAME people, or let's say if your first language isn't English, if you weren't allowed in, how would you feel? Because that really is what you're doing to disabled people. It's what's happening to our disabled members. So it's what's happening within our union. Please support the motion. You don't want me here again next year. And I warn you, I will be. Please support.
North East General second.
President, Conference, David Howarth, North East General Branch. Delegates, in seconding this motion, I thank the Disability Working Group for accepting our amendment, which is the final paragraph. Our branch agrees wholeheartedly with DWG and everything that Kath said. We thank them for their great efforts that they have made for many years to make conference accessible to all. Likewise, my branch has many times raised the issue of the failings of the association in relation to its office in York. The office is a two-storey building with offices on the first floor, which are reached by a staircase. There is no lift, not even a narrow one. The ground floor has a large meeting room, a kitchen and a toilet, which has got some disabled facilities. The door for access to the offices is on the side of the building, and it's a level access. But once inside, there's nowhere to go. The meeting room has access from the footpath, which is adjacent to a busy road, and at the door there is a step. It's not possible to use a ramp because the footpath is too narrow to provide a permanent one or even a portable one. In the meeting room, the doorways to the kitchen and the corridor for access to the toilet and the staircase to the offices are too narrow for a wheelchair. I personally have raised this matter with the Association Treasurer at the 2017, 2018 and 2019 conferences.
Sorry, Dave, if you could look at winding up, please.
I never actually got a go.
No, the lights. I think we're at that point. We'll carry on if you're nearly finished, brother.
I'm nearly finished.
Thank you.
On each occasion at those conferences, the Treasurer gave assurances that the problem would at least be looked at. Nothing has been done. Delegates, I ask you to support this motion. Thank you.
Yeah, the Executive Committee does support this motion. DWG, right to reply, Kath? That's waived, thank you. We'll move to a vote. All those in favour, please show. And against? Thank you, that's carried. Right, item 56, and that's sheet G3, page 58, TSSA conference elections. Waiving your right to speak? So are you waiving your right to speak? Right, EC waives its right to speak. Do we have a second? Thank you. Move to the vote. All in favour, please show. And against. That's carried. Item 57, TSSA annual conference and call upon Midlands retired.
Peter Vincent, Midlands Retired Branch. President, Conference. This motion was first put forward by my branch for the 2020 conference, which could not take place. We consider that the passage of a further 15 months has done nothing to reduce its relevance. In fact, rather the reverse is true. In the past, when this association was far larger and the rail industry of major national strategic importance, governments of whatever hue took notice of what this association thought, and we were able to influence government policy. Now, although we still punch out above our weight in the TUC and Labour Party circles, and frequently succeed in getting our policy adopted by them, the government, and particularly this current right-wing Tory government, ignore our views and those of the Labour movement more generally. Whilst we still pass motions exhorting the government to take action on matters of importance to us and directing the EC to lobby them accordingly, we no longer have any clear influence on government policy, and even when we do succeed in returning a Labour government to power, it is unlikely that our views will carry the weight they used to. Also in the past, the association represented staff in a small number of large companies, and negotiation and consultation on matters such as rate of pay and conditions of service was carried out at national level by our national officers or paid staff. In those days, issues such as rates of pay and conditions of service were common to most branches, and policy on them could be set by annual conference. However, we now represent staff in a far larger number of smaller companies, and negotiation and consultation are carried out by company council members, as discussed in the previous motion. As a result, such issues such as specific rates of pay and conditions of service cover at most a few branches, and policy is set locally by members within the company. Because of this, very little is discussed by annual conference on these issues, and they do not even appear in this year's agenda. With the reduction in the number of branch motions, and with some topics no longer being relevant for discussion at annual conference, we have seen for several years that the business available does not fill the time available, except in rule amendment year. We have now had experience of a gap of 27 months between annual conferences, and so far as branches are aware, this has not caused any significant problems in conducting the association's business. We therefore believe that the time is ripe for the EC to review whether we should continue to hold a conference annually at considerable expense. We are therefore calling for the EC to bring a report to next year's annual conference detailing the value and relevance of continuing to hold a conference annually. I move motion 57.
Okay, thank you. Jill online, I notice your hand's up. Is that because you want a second? No, it's not.
Well, thank you, President. My hand is up because I wanted to second the last motion, which I thought I was down to second, because you asked me to second it. Obviously that's been dealt with now, but I just wish to point out that I was ready with a speech which I was going to take my right to give, and I'm now very sad because I haven't been able to.
I can only apologise, sister. I do remember asking you to do it as well. You weren't cheated. Right, do I have a second for this current motion? Formally, thank you. Call upon Janelle to respond on behalf of the Executive.
President, Conference, Janelle D'Souza, Executive Committee. The EC opposes this motion. This motion calls for a report to our union's 125th Annual Delegates Conference detailing the value and relevance of holding an annual conference. The question may be worthy of debate in the future. It would most definitely set the wrong tone for an event which is intended to be a celebration of this union. We had an amazing presentation yesterday, and I would really like it to go forward as it is intended. Bearing in mind the difficulties that we have faced and are still currently facing, let the tone of Conference 2020 be one of celebration, strength, and prosperity. Conference, please vote against this motion.
Midlands retired to respond.
President Conference, I'm not quite certain what the fact that next year's conference is the 125th anniversary of the association, not the 125th conference, because we didn't have one last year, is in fact relevant to whether we should review what the frequency of conferences in the future should be. Conference, we're getting less and less members, smaller proportion of branches represented, and I submit that we should review the value.
Okay. I'll take this as a change lab vote because there was opposition. Everybody good online? Yeah. Everybody okay in the room? Yep. Thank you. Will, if you could launch a vote for 30 seconds, please. Right, and if you could show the vote when available. In favour 7 against 32 and the item's lost. Conference, we've absolutely hammered through business this morning. You've done fantastic. Taking cognizance of what Luke said, I think we'll break now and come back for 1:45. The sandwiches out the front there, there's a packed lunch. Well, I'm assuming the sandwiches, I've not looked yet, but that's generally where a packed lunch is. If you want to go out there and help yourself to something, we'll come back at 12:45. Thank you, online delegates, and we'll see you in half an hour.
I get packed dinner, do you?
No, you get a packed lunch.
Strange week.
I've got a Socialist Fellowship badge on it.
Conference. I've got a few blank spaces online. No, they're all drifting back in the room. Here we go. But welcome back online, guys, and welcome back in the room. Conference, to show that we're a listening executive and that conference is and remains the supreme body of this union. With the passing of Rule Alteration 37 yesterday, I would like to welcome Cheryl O'Brien as the 5th member of next year's SOC. Congratulations. And we'll move on to item 58, TSSA diary. And I call upon Midlands Retired, who have waived their right to speak. Do I have a seconder? That's formal. Thank you. Right. Call upon Western Scotland General to move the amendment online. Who's moving? It's either Alan or Leslie. It's Alan. Alan.
Alan is moving it.
Alan to move the amendment. Thank you.
Hi, the amendment is just very simple. It's just to include all details of SOGs within the diary. And sorry, I speak on behalf of Scotland West, 850 Alan O'Hare. Conference, there's the amendment.
Okay. Yep, thank you. Do I have a seconder for the amendment? Yeah. Formally? Could just say, Pauline, you're at 90 degrees. I'm not quite sure what you've done with your screen there. But, call upon Midlands Retired to speak to the amendment.
Peter Vincent, Midlands Retired. President Conference, whilst we don't disagree with the principle that SOGs should be in the diary, we disagree with putting this into the motion as it stands, particularly emphasising all. Now, I can't think why the all is being emphasised. I don't know of any occasion when some of the SOGs have been put in and others haven't. But putting in the fact that all SOGs must be included implies that that's the major thing that must be in. But it makes no mention of the EC, it makes no mention of branches, or even of the annual conference. If it had said those must be included in the diary, we'd have accepted it. But seeing as it refers specifically to SOGs, we urge you to vote against the amendment and leave the motion simply to have a decent diary in future years, which I understand from what was said yesterday we will be having. Thank you.
Could someone turn me on, please? Thank you very much. David. Right, we'll move to a vote on the amendment. It is opposed. I'll take this on Change Lab. Everybody good online? Thank you. And anybody, everyone okay in the room? Yep, the Executive Committee are supporting the amendment. Right, if you could launch the vote. Okay, if you can show the result on the amendment when it's available, thank you. Right, those in favour of the amendment 24 and against 9, so the amendment is carried. with the carrying of the amendment, it now becomes the property of West of Scotland branch. The Executive Committee are going to speak on the motion as amended and call the Acting Treasurer.
President, Conference, House Stoughton, Acting Treasurer. I thank the branch for the submission of this motion and for the amendment from West of Scotland. We're fully aware on the Executive that the diary has not been up to standard for a couple of years at least. As such, earlier this year we formed a diary working party, which I chaired myself, along with Minister Hayward and Paul Beadle. We've sought views from various people in the union, those who are generally most vocal on such matters, and from SOGs. And we set out, and I set out the way we wanted the diary done. I can give you some assurances because I've seen the draft. You know, I think the point on the SOGs being in there was more the point that the SOGs are all given equal billing, rather than any of them promoted above any others. Until that's the case, they've all got equal billing this time round. Things that have dropped out of the diary over the years, such as people we affiliate to, have returned. The ethical investments policies back in there. Bigger maps that we can all read in the back. And you'll all be pleased to hear that it starts the working week on a Sunday. Yeah. Conference, I decided to speak on this motion to ask you in future years, don't waste your motions on the diary. These motions are valuable to you. Email me directly. If there's any concerns or any tweaking we need to do to it, the working party will meet and we'll look at it. Okay? Thank you.
Right, with the carrying of the amendment, the motion is now the property of West of Scotland, and they've waived the right to reply. Thank you. We move to the vote. All in favour, please show. And against? Yeah, that'll be carried. Thank you.
Question?
Luke?
On the diary.
Yeah, it's not diaries, is it?
TfL Central, Luke Howard. Just quickly, can I draw people's attention to the conference regulations procedures at the bottom of page 6 of the document, where it explains that the mover of a successful amendment may choose to return the motion to the previous holder. Can I ask you to remind people that they've got that right when an amendment is carried, so that the previous holder, the original mover of the motion, has a chance to reply if the mover of the amendment wishes that to happen. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. I did yesterday. I didn't do it on that one. Apologies. Right. I'll move on to item 59. Credit union. I bet you've sat down now, Luke, haven't you? And I call TfL Central.
Only just sat down. Luke Howard, TfL Central. I think I paraphrase what I said before. I refer my honourable friends to the answers that Manuel and Wally, I think in particular, gave yesterday and on Saturday. We heard a bit about the benefits that this motion talks about, with the discussion of coming into partnership with a union that owns a bank. Members are crying out, particularly, as Wally said, with the demise of the co-op bank as a proper co-op, are crying out for a way to invest their money, to make their savings and to get loans from an ethical source. And in the absence, or unless and until we reach the partnership with IBB that has been talked about, I think that it is something that people could benefit from, members could benefit from, and the union too. We're not instructing you or asking you to do this. Of course, if conference asks the EC to do something, that's as good as an instruction because conference is the supreme body. But we're not asking you or instructing you to put such a system in place. We're asking you to investigate it. We recognise that there will be risks associated, and so we want the EC to look into it, report back, and if something is viable, to do it. Obviously, don't do it if it's not worthwhile, but please give it fair consideration. I move.
Okay, do I have a second? Formally, thank you. Treasurer, respond on behalf of the Executive.
President, Conference, I do sincerely hope this is the last time I come to this podium today. We thank the branch of the motion, and while admirable and worthwhile, there's some big issues with it that we don't really need to go away and investigate. We know what the cons are, we know what the biggest con is credit unions can take months, if not years, to set up, to establish. You need to seek authority from regulators in order to operate. I think it's going to come at some considerable cost to set up. We spent all of the first day of conference and a good chunk of the second day discussing the state of the union is currently in and our future. And quite frankly, we just do not have any resources to commit to running a credit union. It would involve employing staff to run, which we just can't do at this time. So I ask you to oppose this motion, and potentially once we get through the woods and out the other side, maybe bring it back in a few years' time and see where we stand then. Thank you.
Okay. TfL, respond.
Thank you. We do think it's worth a look, and that's all we're asking for. Please support the motion. And at the risk of introducing new matter and to avoid asking a question, can I point out that I and a number of other, something like 10%, 15% of men are red-green colourblind. With the single light here that changes colour, I honestly can't tell what colour I'm looking at. Can I ask you to have multiple lights so I can see something move to tell me when I'm out of time in future? Thank you. Please support this motion.
Okay. Yes. Right. This is contested because I could take a vote on this one. 30 seconds. Whilst you're voting, it's just been pointed out to me that Luke never took any notice of lights anyway. So. I'll mention it to my comrade sat on my right. Okay. If you could show the vote when you're ready, please. Well, 415 and against 21, and that item's lost. Item 60, order sheet G3, page 59, and I call LU Mats on operations. The Executive Committee are supporting this motion.
President, Conference, Esther Lathan, LU Mats and Operating Branch Managers. Moving item 60. For decades, our trade unions have built terms and conditions that compare favourably with almost every other employer in the country. Not least of these terms and conditions is our pension fund, which assures workers, having devoted themselves to the service of London, a comfortable and dignified retirement. The pandemic has highlighted how much society depends upon essential workers. Frontline staff of London Underground continued working throughout, maintaining services and helping other key workers who also left their homes to help maintain a semblance of normality for others, a great risk to themselves and their families. And never let's forget those who sadly lost their lives. Over the past 18 months, the plunge in passenger numbers across TfL must never be the fault of TfL workers, and neither the resulting slump in fare revenue. Furthermore, TfL's financial and practical mismanagement of projects, including Crossrail, are not the mistakes for which TfL workers are liable. And now, the recent call for a full review of the TfL pension fund. Our pensions, which are deferred wages, have become the focus of a government who created a deeply flawed business model for TfL, based not on government subsidy, but exclusively on fair revenue. In the TfL Independent Funding Review, our pension fund has been described as outdated and must be reformed. Make no mistake, outdated means that it rewards TfL workers far greater than the government would like. And must be reformed means that TfL's obligations will be reduced and our deferred wages will be cut. Conference, any and all attacks on our industry-leading pension must be met with considerable and coordinated action, including strike action if necessary. We must work collaboratively with our sister unions and within the association itself to build links across all grades and all sections of TfL, thereby creating a movement of resistance against attack on our hard-won pensions. Make no mistake, we must not be made the victims of a financial disaster that we had no part in. Conference, I move.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Formally, thank you. Executive Committee are in support. Waive its right to speak. Right of reply? Waived. Thank you very much. Right, we'll move to the formal vote. All those in favour, please show. And against? Yeah, item's carried. Item 61, maternity discrimination, and a call upon Women in Focus, which is Jill online. Thank you. Sorry, I was looking for where she was sat yesterday.
Sorry about that, Mr. President, but thank you for giving me the right to speak on this occasion. Conference. A member in Network Rail brought this issue to Women in Focus. There are a variety of things other than illness or holidays that can take workers away from work temporarily. These can include jury duty and some volunteering activities in the charity sector and so on. Both of these can take people out of their normal work for weeks or months at a time. In both these cases, it seems that credit is still given to the staff in Network Rail for the whole period when it comes to calculations on things like performance-related pay. Then there is another reason that might make a member of staff have a few weeks or months off work. That is maternity leave. Maternity is generally considered a fairly important activity. Some might even say as important as jury service or volunteering in the community. Indeed, maternity is what keeps the community going. Yet Network Rail seem to believe maternity leave is an indulgence, and after the first 28 days, the time off for maternity is not given credit in performance-related pay. This appears to be an extraordinary discrimination, and Women in Focus would like the EC to investigate and take it up with employers as a matter of urgency. I said yesterday that women are ignored or invisible, and this seems to be yet another case of that. And if a lacuna in the law allows this stance by employers, pressure should also be mounted on the Labour Party shadow ministers, as well as on the government, to change the law as soon as possible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a second?
Irene Wright, Quadrant Milton Keynes.
Right. Carry on, Irene. It's just that I'd prefer you to be in your seat when you come for a second. Okay, but carry on.
She should be on the list.
She's not on my list. Or anyone else's. Carry on, Harry, please.
I should have been on the list.
You should have been on the list.
Lisa's saying I am on the list.
Okay. I'd put it to you all. It's discrimination. Whether jury service is another legislation, it doesn't matter. People are, whether they're women or men on maternity, in this day and age, it could be either. I agree it is a total discrimination to stop performance pay awards after 28 days. I worked on a case where an individual had this actually done to them, and they were very much distressed by it, or when they were expecting a certain amount of pay, especially having a new baby, family matter issues, you know, all this impacts on your well-being. I do feel that I ask you to go for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Irene. Call upon Melissa to respond on behalf of the Executive.
President, Conference, Melissa Hayward, Executive Committee. Conference, the EC are asking you to remit or oppose against this motion on the following grounds. This motion mixes together issues that are currently covered by different statutory provisions at both a UK and European level. Such differences are not based on discrimination, even though the anomalies result in different outcomes. The motion mentions volunteering and jury service, both of which are handled differently. Volunteering schemes are entirely at the discretion of the employer, and so arrangements are likely to differ widely across employers. Jury service is dealt with under a separate legislation. Release for jury service cannot be denied to an employee by law. A claim to the court can be made if no payment is made for loss of earnings. Negotiation about pay is the quickest and sometimes best route to achieving improved provisions, including enhancements to performance-related pay. All issues relating to pay for maternity leave are not protected. Only non-pay contractual benefits must be preserved. Maternity leave can be enhanced by employers, and TSSA can and does enter into negotiations with employers where we are recognised to do so. Performance-related pay schemes come in varied forms across different employers, and as such, a change in legislation is unlikely to solve the complexities this motion seeks to address. At best, it may set a low minimum standard. At worst, it will add to the complexities and take many, many years to achieve. By far, the best course of action to address any anomalies is through negotiation with employers. It's on that basis, Conference, that I must ask you to remit or oppose this motion. Thank you.
Okay. Women in Focus to respond, and in response, could you indicate if you're prepared to remit, please?
Well, Conference, I was prepared to change the habits of a lifetime and accept remit, but on the basis of what I've heard the EC say, I'm not going to accept remit. I'm going to leave this to Conference because the EC have accepted that this is discriminatory. That's what we said. It is discriminatory. There are different statutory provisions. Fine. So the one on maternity wants improving, doesn't it? We're asking them to try and get the law changed. However many years it takes to get the law changed, you have to start somewhere, and even if you start at a low base, well, that's a start, isn't it? Low bases can always be built on, like with the minimum pay provisions. We're also asking them to negotiate, and Melissa said that they already negotiate on maternity pay, so why do they object to us asking them to negotiate a teeny bit harder? If negotiation with employers is the best way of getting this done, then let's negotiate harder with employers to get this done and get fairness in payment. We don't expect it tomorrow, but we do expect it soon. Women have been around and getting pregnant for quite a long time now, and it's about time the law caught up with them, and if the law can't, then it's about time employers caught up with it. So I would like to put this to conference, please, for a vote.
Thank you, Gil. Right, we'll take the vote on this. Will, it's opposed, so if you could do this by Change Lab. Everybody okay online? Yep. Everybody okay in the room? Right, if you could lodge the vote, please. 30 seconds. Okay, if you could show the vote when you're ready. In favour 25, against 11, so that item's carried. Item 62, Nicole Future TSSA.
Harry Gibb, Future TSSA. Comrades, for too long apprenticeships have been seen as a way for unscrupulous companies to take advantage of cheap labour. It's not good enough that young people are being offered apprenticeships where training is limited and apprentices are expected to do the same sort of tasks as permanent members of staff whilst earning a pittance. While student discount might get you a free cheeseburger at McDonald's or entitlement to a rail card, the cost of housing, food and utilities aren't any lower for apprentices than they are for the rest of us, despite the fact that a lot of them are earning £5 less than the minimum wage. All this is doing is limiting apprenticeship schemes to those who are already coming from a privileged background. Businesses are relying on the generosity of families to continue to support apprentices throughout their training until they're at a point where they can finance themselves. Businesses should take a leaf from the world leaders in providing Whilst we appreciate that entry-level jobs can't attract the highest salaries, responsible organisations need to offer a fair wage, meaningful training and an opportunity for growth. We want to work with the EC to formulate an apprenticeship charter to show employees what we demand as the gold standard for apprenticeships. We've done it for other equalities groups, so I don't see why it'd be impossible for us to formulate a charter for this one. It's important then that we want to go to our sister unions and share what we've found from this. And I thank North East for the amendment that helps to clarify these points. We've heard a lot this weekend about collaboration and the value of partnerships, and by sharing our best practices we can stand to make changes across not just our industries but across the wider world of work. Bad bosses have been taking advantage of the young for too long, and these actions would go a long way towards addressing the balance. Thank you.
Thank you, Harry. Call upon North East General second.
David Howarth, North East General Branch. I thank Future TSSA for accepting our amendment, which added the words "in transport and travel industries" in lines 20 and 21. The amendment also rearranged the final sentence of the motion in order to discuss and collaborate with our sister unions to develop a protocol for the TUC. We believe that a successful outcome of improvements for apprenticeships is more likely if those sister unions are involved in the development stage. For the last 2 days, we've been asked, cajoled and pleaded with to consider joining the Brotherhood. Today, I am asking you politely to join the Sisterhood. This is an excellent motion from future TSSA on behalf of our younger members. Please support this motion. I second.
Okay. Janelle to respond on behalf of the Executive.
President, Conference, Janelle D'Souza, Executive Committee. This motion is correct in how it describes apprenticeships, which are supposed to provide at least 20% of working time off the job training via either online, at place of work, or through attendance at colleges or universities. Frequency of training can be provided by a day, a week, part of a working day, or in blocks, e.g., maybe a week. Part of the compulsory apprenticeship agreement between the apprentice and the employer requires stipulations of training that will receive and the qualification that they are working towards. Pay for apprenticeship is currently only £4.30. This is from April 2021, for the first time, after which the appropriate age rate will have to be paid. The idea of an apprenticeship charter mirrors work that TSSA carried out in 2017 that sought to create an apprenticeship bargaining standard that could be taken to employers following the introduction of the apprenticeship levy in April of that year. The levy is paid by employers with the annual pay bill in excess of £3 million. At the time the course was held, a TSSA member, whilst off, I do apologise, I'm going too fast. At the time, a course was held for TSSA members while officers were also briefed. TSSA perspective in bargaining standards was also encouraging employers to use of the levy they paid upskill existing employees without cutting their pay. The motion would enable the TSSA to work in areas to be updated in light of experience or apprenticeship members and to go on to contribute to the TUC's guidance of the unions. Right. At a glance, the TUC's union learning website shows a number of resources that includes a charter for apprenticeships. Presumably, the branch have either overlooked the existence of the material or feel that it needs to be amended or updated in light of experience. So I ask you to vote against this motion.
Okay. Future to respond.
Conference, I think it's true that these things have been in place before, but like you say, our policy on it's from 2017. A lot's changed since then, and there's been conferences since then that have changed a lot of things, this sort of area. To be honest, I find it hard to believe that this is the reason that the EC are opposing it. When we initially got the EC decisions, they were in support of the motion and against the amendment. The amendment didn't change any of the content of the motion, only the sentiments of it, as Dave outlined. To support apprentices the best we can, we need to have up-to-date policy and need to make sure that the TUC are doing the same thing in line with us. So please, Conference, I urge you to support the motion.
I'll move to the vote on this. I'll take this by Change Lab as it's opposed. Everybody okay online? Yep. Everybody okay in the room? Yeah. Right. Launch the vote then, please, Will. 30 seconds. Okay, if you could show the result when you're ready, please. $429 against 7, that's carried. Right, move on to sheet G4, page 62, item 63, and I call Lancs and Cumbria General. The executive are in support.
Thank you. Friends and colleagues, Daxman Turner from Lancashire and Cumbria General. We are against the amendment to this motion simply because of the wording. Look, a public transport workers' union supporting home working. A passerby might be looking at it now and thinking, wow, turkeys really do vote for Christmas. But no, and I ask you for your patience here, because the terming that's used in the amendment is so specific, and it could set the bar so high that the employer can bash the worker with it by saying, well, I can't guarantee that you will abide by our safety principles at home, so we don't think it's going to be practical for you to work from home, or we need you back in the office. I really must stress that if the bar is set too high, I think we give a little bit of ammunition to the employer to kibosh home working for those who really are benefiting from it. I have family and friends who, they rave about home working. So they love it, the work-life balance. They have to see the kids, whether they want to or not, a bit more. So I must ask, please do not pass the amendment. Keep the motion in its original form, and we can build on that for our members. Thank you.
Okay. Do I have a second? Formally, thank you. Call upon LT Retired to move the amendment.
Dinesh Bardwa, LT Retired. You heard the previous speaker. What we're actually seeking here is to strengthen the motion. If the home working is also a place of work, it has to be safe or safer than workplace. It is the employer's responsibility to ensure work is carried out in a manner which is no hazard, which would not be allowed at conventional workplace. It is also the employer's duty to ensure that the work hours are not sneakily increased, which I'm sure everybody has got example why they were working during the COVID period. It was quite bullish, and it was individual person to monitor and police his own hours. It is employer's responsibility to ensure that the equipment in the home for the purpose of that work is carried out will be suitable training and insurance for any changes to workplaces allowed. I move.
Do I have a second for the amendment? Formally, thank you. EC is supporting the amendment. Lancs and Cumbria to respond to the amendment.
I don't know why I walked over there when I knew I was coming back here. That was a rookie mistake, I suppose. Yeah, folks, I just to emphasise there, I mean, it's the wording in this amendment that I think gives employers a bit too much intrusion into our homes. Most people that are working from home, they're either in their spare bedroom or they're in their living room. Really, is somebody going to come with a clipboard to my house and tell me where I can and can't run the wires for the extension that I need to use to run the laptop. I really think it is the bar is set too high. And I must say, let's just keep it simple and then build on it from there as our members need to tailor for their own individual needs. If you make that bar too high, I think employers are going to say, well, we can't facilitate that. We can't make those guarantees. So sorry, you're going to have to come back in the office. Please support the motion, not the amendment. Give your friends and colleagues that you represent the beauty of that home working that they're enjoying at the moment, and let it continue. Thank you.
Right, we'll take a vote on the amendment. It's opposed. We'll take this via Change Lab. Everybody fine online? Yep. And in the room? Right, okay. If you could launch the vote, please. 30 seconds. Okay. If you could launch, show the result when you're ready. Right, for the amendment 9 and against the amendment 27, so the amendment is lost. And the mover of the debate has the right of reply, which has been waived. Thank you. We'll take the we'll take the vote the good old-fashioned way. All in favour of the motion, please show. And against? And that'll be carried. Thank you. Right, before we move on to the next item, I'm going to need to take a brief adjournment, partly for a PMB and partly for a word with the General Secretary. So we'll come back at 35.
Malcolm Wallace, Anglia South General. Mr. President, you've called the emergency motion to come first.
That's correct, yes.
Right. Now, we had these motions down for debate a long time ago. They've all been democratically arrived at. All of a sudden, you're now changing the order of debate. Now, the real danger is, colleagues, if we debate this emergency, which came in very late in the day, if carried, there is a real danger that those motions that we've submitted, which the EC opposes, will fall. Now, that's not good for our democracy. It may get us home a little bit earlier, but that's not what we're all about. I would like to see the democratic process followed. We continue with the order as we have been working, excellently I should add, and please, Mr. President, I would ask you to rethink your position on this point and proceed as we've been doing for the whole of the conference.
Okay. Ian, are you just going to come and make the same point, brother? Are you just going to come up and make the same point? Oh, well, stay where you're at. Thoughts? Yeah, okay. It wouldn't have actually caused any to fall. That wasn't going to fall anyway, but we'll move with item 64, in which case. Call upon London bus operators, which we are supporting. And that's waived, thank you. London North West retired second. Waived, I'm assuming. Yeah, that appears to be waived. And London bus operator, the EC does support. London bus operators, waves again. We'll move to the.
Sarah.
Yes, yeah, I'm aware. Yep. Call upon Euston to move item 65, Sarah Jane, online on Zoom. Is she in? Yeah.
I was waving to speak against that last motion, actually. But, I mean, if 65 is going to continue, then
yes.
I'll save that for now. I was merely going to say I agreed with Malcolm, and the fact that amendment by South Eastern actually took away any kind of responsibility to the Labour Party. Anyway, we'll move on to 65. Conference. This past year has been one of the worst for workers in living memory. We've lost family, friends and colleagues. What is most heartbreaking to realise is that the poorest among us have consistently been hit harder by this virus. The pandemic illuminated inequalities in workers' rights and working conditions, and conference, the risk of infection was hinged on class. Workers were further exploited as disposable resources and commodities. Millions of people in this country weren't ever locked down. They stood on the front line, and many were forced to do so because if they were have to make a decision not to risk their health and the health of their families, they would have faced financial ruin. Happily, at the beginning of the pandemic, union membership increased. When somebody joins a union, it's because they have recognised the imbalance of power between the workers and the bosses. And what was happening to the workers at this point really did shine a light on that. These workers should be able to look to a parliamentary party that represents them to stand up for workers' rights and conditions. After all, this is what the Labour Party was created for. With the increase in trade union membership came a massive opportunity, but that opportunity was missed. The dismissal of trade unions by Starmer's Labour is just history repeating itself when it comes to the right of the party, so I don't think anyone is at all surprised. I'd like to remind the conference that Starmer said that he did not support industrial action over safety concerns after teaching unions warned it would be reckless to open schools all at once on 8th of March. This motion asks that the Labour Party guarantee that future party policy will include the protection and enhancement of workers' rights and the repeal of various trade union acts, anti-trade union acts. I don't think that's too much to ask for the Party of the Workers. So I reject the amendment from South East Wales General because it removes any sort of accountability for the party, and that is the purpose of the motion. While Sir Keir Starmer is intent on misrepresenting union positions, like those of the NEU, who do the union members turn to in Parliament to be their voice? I ask you, Conference, whether you believe that Starmer would end the anti-trade union laws if he got the Labour Party into government. I don't. Do you believe that he would fully nationalise the railways? I don't. If you believe he would, Conference, then prove me wrong. Vote in favour of this motion and let's hear what the party have to say. The current Labour Party has no opposition to capitalism, no support for the unions, no voice for the working class. It is no use flying the flag if there's no meaningful change that comes with it. I move.
Do I have a second? No, I think Jill's wanting to second. Thank you very much. Got you this time, Jill. Jill Murdoch online.
Your nudge is awake this time then.
Yeah.
Conference, it is always controversial and difficult to suggest that we reduce or question in any way the money that we pay to the Labour Party, and I have often been one that has questioned those proposals in the past. Excuse me. Most times it has come up in the past. I have seriously opposed it. However, the way Keir Starmer is managing the party is a whole different thing. He made 10 firm pledges when he was running for leader on things like economic and social justice, workers' rights, all things that are important to our union. That is no doubt exactly why our EC made the decision to nominate him in the election and gave him our support. 3 or so weeks ago, he officially revealed that he is moving away from his 10 pledges. He is, as our leader, is no longer supporting the issues that are most dear to our union. The Labour Party is our party, the party of the unions and of the working class, yet Starmer is betraying our values and our ideals. The party will come back to workers. I remain a member because I do not believe that it is lost forever. But rich people do not support the Tories for their champion of the workers. Why on earth would we continue to support the Labour Party if it champions rich folk and their needs? This motion asks for a consideration, only that, to be made of a reduction of funding if workers' rights and appeal of anti-trade union legislation do not start moving up Starmer's agenda. Several people this weekend have quoted the thing about insanity is doing the same thing over and over and hoping for a different result. We could try something new in the hope of jolting a recognition of workers' needs. So please support the motion and oppose the amendment. Thank you, Conference.
Okay. Right, I think I know what's going to happen here, but I'll call upon South East Wales General to move the amendment. Yeah. And I don't think they've got a delegate here, so the amendment falls. In which case, I call upon the General Secretary to respond to the motion unamended.
President Conference, I'm going to ask you to oppose this motion. And the reason for it is twofold. The first thing is, I just heard Sarah, when she was introducing this, saying that the Labour Party no longer supports public ownership. You had a letter from one of the MPs in the front bench read out to you this morning, telling you that the Labour Party continues to support public ownership of our railways, which has been a flagship policy. The second one is the work that Andy MacDonald is doing in the front bench of the Labour Party on workers' rights. We are working with him, the unions are working with him, and we've got a seat at that top table, not just to repeal the anti-union laws, but to bring in new rights. He made the announcement very recently about everybody having employment rights from day one. And the other thing is that at the moment, we're not giving the Labour Party any donations anyway, because your EC decided that when they suspended Jeremy Corbyn, and until the whip is returned to Jeremy Corbyn, that we will not be given any donations. However, I need to tell you this, that if a general election was called tomorrow, the general election would not be fought between the Labour Party that we want and the Labour Party that we've got. The general election will be fought between the Tories and the Labour Party that we've got. And whether we like it or not, given the record of what the Tories are doing, the new election bill, trying to even further dilute our ability as trade unionists to get involved in politics. We had the Lobbying Act, we've had blow after blow after blow for working people. So the idea that we as a union would get out of that campaign by not putting any money towards the only alternative that we've got to try and create a better Britain, a socialist Britain, and a Britain that looks after working people will just be nonsensical. So please, again, I urge you to vote with your heads and not your heart. Not a penny has gone to the Labour Party in donations, and none will be going anytime soon.
Okay, thank you. Call upon Euston to respond. Sarah Jane online.
Yeah. Thanks, President. Thank you, General Secretary. I asked conference whether they believed that Sir Keir Starmer would implement that if in power, because he gave us, I don't know however many points on his leadership election, his promises that he hasn't stuck to, and he gave them to us as a union, which encouraged our membership to endorse him, and hasn't stuck to those promises. That was my question to conference. Do you believe he'd actually do it, regardless of what they're saying right now, if they got into government? And secondly, the General Secretary has said quite a few times over the last few days that he never goes into negotiations without the threat of walking away. And that's what this motion is about. It doesn't say disaffiliate with the Labour Party. It doesn't say never give them a penny ever again, starting from now on forever. It says tell them that we're not happy with the way this is going, and that we have that threat to pull away if they don't start representing the workers and start representing the unions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Sarah.
Can I object to the validity of the General Secretary's argument?
No, you can't. But nice try. We'll go to a vote. If we could do that on Change Lab. You can object to it, sister. You just vote against. No, not during a debate. You can't. No. Well, if you could launch a vote, please. Everybody good online? And on the floor? Right. Okay. Right, if you could show the vote when it's available. Item 65. 425 and against 8. That item's carried. Yeah, I've got a question online from Fliss. Is Fliss your TfL delegate, Luke?
We tried to appoint her as a second delegate. If she's been accepted for that debate, then yes.
Okay. Well, her hand's gone down now. She's unmuted. Okay.
She's not a delegate.
She's not a delegate, then she can't contribute. And Dave Merritt, you had your hand up online as well. Were you wanting to speak, brother?
I was.
Okay.
I was, yes. But in the last debate.
All right. It was already sheeted with moves and seconders, so. And there was opposition already because the General Secretary was opposing it, so.
Yeah, well, I wanted to say different things from the General Secretary. I mean, there are still people in the party who are trying to do the right things, and this feels very much like being ratted on.
Yeah. I see where you're coming from. We'll move on. Question, Luke, sorry.
Luke Howard, TfL Central. I just noticed after I voted in that ballot that a completely different screen appeared than the ones we've had before, saying something like voted loading the next ballot instead of the waiting for the results screen that we've had before on ChangeLab. Perhaps someone could check on that. Thank you. I'll take a screenshot next time. Yes, please.
Yep, okay. Right, move on to item 66, I call Kent.
Ian MacDonald, Kent Branch. Mr President, Conference. If the Labour Party has any realistic hope of winning the next election, or even an anti-Tory coalition, it cannot survive within the present situation. In 2017, the Labour Party membership had reached about 500,000 following Jeremy Corbyn's election as party leader, and then Theresa May's government was then elected without an overall majority and only with dependence on the DUP. Since then, there's been a sustained campaign by the Tories and the Tory-supporting media of personal and libellous attacks on Jeremy Corbyn with grossly manipulated accounts of alleged or perceived anti-Semitism. There were attacks on Labour members on charges of anti-Semitism, most of which were basically condemnations of the Israeli government policies, not attacks on Jews specifically. Members were accused of anti-Semitic attacks on Jewish MPs, which were nothing of the kind, but primarily constituency party criticisms of their MPs' competence, disloyalty, or even treachery in attacking their elected leader, going to the press constantly and making stories up. This campaign was sustained by the Tory-supporting Board of Deputies and the so-called Jewish Labour movement, all of whom are opposed to an independent Palestine and their unwavering support for the Israeli government, even when they were bombing thousands in Gaza, and of course their opposition to the BDS movement. An opinion survey was launched by a Tory paper which showed that people thought, as a result of these campaigns, that 35% of Labour members were anti-Semitic, rather than the real figure of 0.01%, less than 50 members disciplined or expelled by the Labour Party's disciplinary machinery, even though some of them were not really anti-Semitic at all. Since Starmer became the leader of in 2020, we have seen phenomenal attacks on more socialist members or those daring to support Corbyn, with many expulsions and with many members choosing to leave the party anyway, with some 120,000 members estimated now to have left the party from 500,000. A loyal group, Jewish Voice for Labour, hardly ever mentioned by the media, have also been disciplined or expelled for loyalty to Corbyn, up to 35 members, I understand, for loyalty to Corbyn or supporting Labour against the witch hunt. Conference, this situation is a disaster and the worst we have ever seen in our role as supporters of our union with the Labour Party. Until there is a return to them being a party likely to support the policies we have pressed for, I regret that we must ask that our union gives no more financial support to the party above the basic affiliation fee until they change their behaviour substantially. And you heard what Sarah Jane said earlier, that is something I totally support. Our branch totally supports. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have a second? Yes, Luke?
Luke Howard, TfL Central, thank you. I'd like to thank Kent Branch for this excellent motion. My own experience, my constituency party has seen a number of excellent activists of many years standing, including the chair and the secretary and one of the vice chairs resigned in protest. We decapitated the party towards the back end of last year, and indeed we lost the council by-election that took place. This process feels like the leadership of the party and the General Secretary are working hard against a great many party members in order to shift the political balance within the party. And I think there's a number of us who feel like we're only staying in the party because they want so hard to try and persuade us to leave. It's a really depressing state of affairs from what had become the biggest political party in Europe to see this apparent attempt to drive members out of the party and to disenfranchise and suspend or discipline long-standing socialists and activists who have been the lifeblood of the party for many years. Please support.
Okay. Call upon Anglia South General to move the amendment.
Malcolm Wallace, Anglia South General. Mr President, colleagues, I want to emphasise our amendment was formulated by members of the Labour Party and not one of our 786 members have registered any dissent. Anglia South is affiliated to 4 CLPs. One, West Ham, has been suspended. Why? Because it criticised Labour's leadership for whipping MPs to abstain on the Overseas Operationals Bill, the Spy Cops Bill, its lack of support for black MPs who experienced racism, and its lack of regard for the NEU's position on COVID within schools. Labour members have been expelled from membership for having given an interview months earlier to a group that has been banned. Almost certainly, Kent's motion, our amendment and others to be debated would have led to our suspensions if we were Labour CLPs. Ken Loach was expelled because he refused to denounce others who had been expelled earlier. Colleagues, this is McCarthyism at its worst. And if Starmer plans to lead the nation this way, we have reason to be very, very fearful indeed. Since we formulated our amendment, thousands have left the Labour Party, many because of Starmer's retreat from the policy of the Corbyn era. Others have been driven out by institutional bullying, witch hunts and bans on debate. From being the largest and richest party, Labour now faces bankruptcy, staff redundancies and strike action. Our amendment differs from the others on this subject in one key aspect. We want to take action against the people responsible. This is why this amendment is important. It will also send a message of hope to those who are campaigning for justice, honest debate and socialist policies with the Labour Party. I move.
Okay, do I have a seconder for the amendment? Dave Merritt, online.
Yes, I'd very much like to second this amendment. This is the right way of dealing with the problem that we have faced with someone who's been elected as our leader on a set of promises which he clearly never had any commitment to following. We need a change of leadership. He's not going to win the next general election anyway, given how things have developed since he was elected. He's failing to convince the country because they can see he's a deceitful man of no principles. So this is the right thing for us to do as a union, and that's to seek a change in the leadership. Even more importantly, we needed to stop the appointment confirmation of the General Secretary in order to stop the witch hunt that's going on.
Okay. Right, call upon Paul Beadle to speak on behalf of the Executive. And this is on the amendment, brother.
Thank you, President Conference. Paul Beadle, Executive Committee. Asking you to oppose this amendment as it does not address any of the concerns the EC has with the original motion and will only serve to make a bad situation worse. The effect of this amendment would be to exacerbate the divisions that are already within the Labour Party. Now, the undesirability of this is laid out at the beginning of the motion. And to what benefit? Who would be relishing and gaining an advantage from internal, but remember, public, Labour Party battles? Yes, the Tories. The clown Johnson and the rest of his hideous circus troupe. We'd be handing to them on a plate the opportunity to campaign on Labour can't run a party, so they can't be trusted to run the country. The amendment also puts us in the embarrassing and difficult position of calling for the resignation of the person that our members voted for just last year. Furthermore, it's highly unlikely that resignations would be forthcoming just because we called for them. So it would be just a hollow demand that would also serve to marginalise the TSSA. So, Conference, let's choose our battles wisely. Let's fight for what we want and for what we can win. Conference, please oppose the amendment.
Okay. I invite Kent to respond to the amendment.
Yeah. Initially, our branch was uncertain about this amendment because it seemed a bit too risky and drastic in suggesting the resignations of Keir Starmer and David Evans. But after having heard further information from the movers of Anglia South and indeed Dave Merritt, I think I must recommend that we do accept the amendment. The problem is that unless the two people in charge of what is going on, and it's clear that they are the two that are causing all the damage to the party, until they are gone, I cannot see any likelihood of the Labour Party changing its role substantially. And we do need to withhold their money as a threat to what's happening unless they reform and ensure that we get the kind of Labour Party leadership that can help us sustain the campaigns we press for. So yes, on reflection, I suggest we accept the amendment. Thank you.
Okay. Right, we'll move to a vote on the amendment, which will be unchanged, lab, because it has been opposed by the executive. Everybody good online? Yep, thank you. Everybody in the room? Yep. Right, move to the vote on the amendment, please. 30 seconds. Right, if you could show the result of the amendment when you're ready, please. 421 against 15, the amendment is carried. With the carrying of the amendment, the motion now becomes the property of Anglia. Malcolm, do you wish to hand the motion back?
Yeah, I'll hand it back to Kent.
You'll hand it back to Kent. Executive Committee to speak on the amended motion.
Thank you, President. Conference. Paul Beadle, Executive Committee, asking you to oppose the motion. Whilst doing that, I'd like you to bear in mind the first sentence of the motion, which is concerned about division within the Labour Party and rightly asserts that we need to present a face of unity if we are to be successful at the next election. The EC opposed both the aim of the motion, i.e. to restrict donations to the Labour Party, and the rationale for doing so. Now, I'll declare a personal interest here. I'm a Labour councillor, so I obviously want Labour to succeed. But I would argue that it is in the interest of every one of our members and 99% of the population that we return a Labour government. If we were to reduce and restrict our donations to the party, we would not only damage our standing within the party, we would be damaging Labour's chances at the next election and dooming the country to yet more Tory misrule. The rationale for this act of self-harm is flawed. I think we can all agree that Labour's handling of complaints of anti-Semitism in the recent years leaves plenty to be desired. I don't think that's in doubt. But the motion states that many members have been expelled or suspended on false accusations of anti-Semitism. Now, whatever the rights and wrongs of the process, and we can agree or disagree how it's been handled, the fact is that it's an internal party process, and as such, the full facts are not in the public domain, and so are not known to us. It would therefore do our union no credit to allege that members are being expelled on false accusations, especially when we have had no sight of the evidence being considered. For these reasons, Conference, please oppose this motion.
Okay. Kent, to respond to the motion.
Well, I've seen the comments of many of those who have been expelled, particularly the Jewish ones, including one member who was in an Auschwitz camp. She's one of those who's in tears when she was expelled for her alleged support for Corbyn. Make no mistake, this is a terrible campaign against people who have been loyal to the Labour Party, the socialists, and how do you think the party is going to win the next election with campaigners and canvassers when 120,000 of them have gone? Do you think the same level of enthusiasm is going to permeate through to the next election, and that they will do the job that they've been expected to do out of ongoing loyalty, in spite of the way they have been treated and their friends have been treated and expelled? It can't go on. It's implausible that the party would win in these circumstances, and there has to be a change, which is what we recommend. Thank you. Please support.
Okay. Move to a vote on the motion. Everybody good online? Yep, thank you. Everyone in the room? Yeah, right. Well, if you could launch a change lab vote, 30 seconds, please. Okay. You can show the result when you're ready. For 18 and against 17. That item's carried. Right. Order sheet G4, page 67, Labour Party, and I call upon South Eastern Metro. The Executive is supporting this.
We waive our right. We also would like to accept the amendment.
Yeah, that's already.
John Morris, South Eastern Metro.
We're accepting the amendment. Okay. Sheeted in opposition here, so. 67. Yeah, we're supporting it. It's whether the branch was. Right, do I have a second? No. Well, I've got the amendment has been not accepted, and I can't remember what I did at my branch meeting with it. So, so I call upon Euston. Sarah's waiving the right to speak on the amendment. Thank you, Sarah. Do I have a second? No. The Executive Committee is in support, and I suppose with the acceptance of the amendment, Sarah, the property now becomes Euston's. Are you wishing to speak?
No, waive right to speak. Hand it back to South Eastern.
Thank you very much. No. Do you want to speak? No, you've waived it as well. We'll move to the vote then. All those in favour, please show. And against. Yeah, and that's carried. Right. Back to where it was some moment ago. I'll call sheet G4, page 66, emergency 4 on the Labour Party, and I call TfL Central.
Luke Howard, TfL Central, thank you. I will speak on this very briefly, just because I think that there are important issues here, and particularly to respond to something that the EC speaker said in an earlier motion. As the third paragraph of this motion does say, a united party is more essential than ever. But by challenging these processes and this injustice, it's not us that's disuniting the party. That the activities of Sir Keir Starmer, I'm not fond of titles, but we'll give him that name, Sir Keir Starmer and David Evans have acted in a way that, as has been said in the previous motions, and as I've said myself, is dividing the party. It seems to be designed to drive people out of the party. And just as we could say that we need to work together on all these issues. We can't let ourselves be driven out of the party in order to give an appearance of unity. We need the voices within the party to be heard in a fair and democratic way, and the processes that are taking place are neither fair nor democratic. And it's not us that's dividing the party, it's these policies from the leadership and the General Secretary. Please support this motion.
Talking about me.
The other one. Right, call upon Whiff to second. And that's been waived, thank you. Executive Committee to respond. Manuel. Oh. Yeah, I'll pick
President's Conference. Clearly, we are supporting this because we are very unhappy with the direction of the Labour Party. As I said, we have not given any donation since the whip was removed from Jeremy Corbyn. Actually, it was suspended originally, then reinstated. Anyway, but we think that Jeremy Corbyn is a Labour MP and he should be within the Parliamentary Labour Party. And it's an absolute nonsense that the previous leader of the Labour Party now found itself outside the Parliamentary Labour Party, even though he's a member of the Labour Party, was elected on a Labour manifesto, and is a Labour MP. So this is absolutely outrageous. On David Evans, we had already made the decision we were going to vote against his appointment anyway. And to add to that, we actually voted against him being appointed in the first place. So all we were going to be doing at conference will be replicating that vote. So when we go down to the Labour Party conference, I think it's Friday, I'm going down. On Saturday, I think Saturday is the rule amendment day? Whatever it is, whenever the rule amendments are tabled, and then after that the General Secretary does their address, and then conference has to endorse the appointment, our union will be voted against. We were always planning to vote against anyway. But, you know, there are some serious issues here. And as I said earlier, if we come to an election, the choice is not, and I repeat this, the choice is not between the Tory party and the Labour Party we want. The choice is between the Tory party and the Labour Party we've got. That's a choice at the ballot box. And given that choice, you would need to be absolutely bonkers not to support the alternative to a Tory government, because we know what they do to us. They've been doing it for years. You know, they might try to remake themselves, but at heart, we know what they are. They are the party that is obsessed with smashing working people, and in order to do that, they need to smash us, the unions, the people who stand up for organised labour. So please support this motion.
Okay. Gareth, could you bring Sarah in, please? Sarah.
Yeah, speech against, please.
Thought so. Yeah, carry on.
Conference, it will surprise you, I'm sure, many of you, that I'm opposing this motion. This motion rightly calls for a review of the bans and suspensions issued by the Labour Party to members of 4 groups. In fact, if I was still a member of the Labour Party, it's quite possible that I myself would have been thrown out for my own links to Labour against the witch hunt, as Ian Hodgson from the Bakers Union, the president of the Bakers Union, and many others have been. But let me explain my reasons for speaking against. This motion, in its original form, is a motion that I would have supported, and which I hope the rest of the conference would have supported as well. However, the amendment put in by South Eastern Metro, which is line 28 of the motion, while adding no real substance to the motion, could have quite worrying consequences. Malcolm did get up and speak a little bit earlier of concern that this motion would force others to fall. And I thought that the President said that wasn't the case, and so I don't understand why it's been taken before 68. If you look at motion 68, submitted by Lumat, the next motion on the order papers, that motion is critical of the Labour Party's relationship with the trade unions under the leadership of Keir Starmer, with good reason. And motion 68 asks the EC to commence a consultation exercise with members on our association's future relationship with the Labour Party. It doesn't demand disaffiliation with Labour, as I said before, motion 65. It asks the EC to consult members on our current affiliation. Obviously, the President can take motions in whatever order he chooses to, and that's his right to do so. But I fear that taking this TfL central emergency motion first, with this amendment attached, could potentially force the fall of motion 68. I'd be really happy if that's not the case, because they'll contradict each other. I mean, it is quite ironic, if that is the case, that in emergency motion 4 states the importance of democracy within the Labour Party, but I suspect that what could happen here would subvert our own democracy. Workers' rights are under attack and trade unions are needed more now more than ever, and yet the party which claims to represent us has done nothing. Euston Branch wrote to our local MP, Sir Keir Starmer, in April 2020 to ask for his help. At Vanity West Coast were sending in hundreds of non-essential workers during the pandemic. Our colleague in the ticket office had just died, and the reps had exhausted all possible options in negotiation with the company. We, the workers, were on our knees. We needed help from the party of the workers. Conference, we didn't even get a response. I expect that our letter ended up in the same bin in which the party put all correspondence about fire hire and British gas, or perhaps the same one they used to dispose of the letters, begging them to vote against the Spy Cops bill. Instead, Starmer betrayed those who had their lives turned upside down by the covert operations, and police can now continue committing crimes against trade unionists, political activists, Irish Republicans, and anyone else they feel like without fear of prosecution. This man instructed his party to abstain on the bill, to sit back and watch it happen. All that's required to unleash the most reactionary, corruptive government is for the opposition to do nothing. I reject the accepted amendment that we remain committed to this current Labour Party as the best party for the workers. And unless the President can tell me I'm wrong, if it's the case that this will make number 68 fall, then I would ask you to vote against emergency motion 4 to allow debate and a democratic vote on motions later in the agenda. After all, democracy is the road to socialism. Thank you.
Okay. TfL Central to speak on the motion.
Thank you, and thank you, Sarah Jane. That was a really helpful intervention, which I will address. You heard the President say at the start of this debate, when he was questioned about his proposal to move this item earlier in the discussion, that it wouldn't make anything fall that wouldn't fall anyway. And I take him at his word on that. I think you know me by now. I think you've heard enough from me. And believe me when I say that if item 68 falls, whether because of this motion or for any other reason, I will listen very carefully to what the President has to say. If LU, MATS and operating managers don't challenge that, and I believe that there are grounds to challenge the President's decision, I promise you I will do that. I don't believe, from my reading of it, that item 68 fall because of this motion or because of any other reason. I can't see anything in 68 that would cause it to fall, and I certainly can't see any contradiction with this. So I urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Okay. We moved on the vote. There was opposition, so I'll take this on change now. Everybody good online? And in the room? Yeah. Move to the vote. Okay, if you could show the result in the emergency when you're ready, please. For 16 and against 70. As such, the emergency is lost. General Secretary. Right, we'll move on to item 68 and I call LU Matt.
President Conference, Esther Lathan, LU Matson Operating Branch Managers. Moving item 68. Labour is facing an existential crisis. Collapse of the Corbyn project after the 2019 general election created a movement to restore the perceived electability of the Labour Party. The election of Sir Keir Starmer was based on his promise to uphold Labour values and engage with Corbyn supporters. It's estimated that at least 100,000 members have abandoned Labour, but most notably Ken Loach was among the thousands expelled, fuelled by reactionary elements of the party. While COVID was raging, rather than offering critical analyses of the lockdowns, workers were disproportionately and detrimentally affected, going to work every day during every lockdown. Sir Keir Starmer and the PLP called only for harder and longer lockdowns. Sir Keir Starmer endorsed the government's unspoken policy of no provision for the working class, such as failing to call for full sick pay for everyone at the start of the pandemic, which would have provided paid sick leave for those who caught COVID. Instead, in July 2021, 15 months into the pandemic, Angela Rayner was told to unveil policies long after Deliveroo and Amazon workers, for example, were most affected by COVID. There's overwhelming evidence that thousands of workers would continue to work despite suffering with the disease. Sir Keir Starmer became the first leader to suspend a former leader, Jeremy Corbyn, followed by withdrawing the whip from Jeremy after he was reinstated by the NEC. This not only undermined NEC's authority and autonomy, but sent a clear message to Corbyn supporters that their influence was at an end. And as chief architect of Labour's disastrous position on Brexit, he effectively handed keys of government to the Tories in 2019. Sir Keir Starmer instructed his MPs to vote through the European Union Future Relationship Bill, which disadvantaged the British fishing industry and caused a genuine crisis in north of Ireland. In The Guardian, our General Secretary said, "The leader of the opposition should remember that the clue is in his title. Keir Starmer isn't there to facilitate Tory misrule, and if he doesn't give the lead, Labour MPs must break the whip and vote against the deal." Conference. It requires more than a change of leader to turn Labour into a party that will act with conviction for workers. The anti-Corbyn project serves as an example of this. Be in no doubt, the Labour Party is in danger of becoming completely irrelevant. Let's be clear, we're not calling for disaffiliation. We want a thorough and far-reaching consultation for our members and for real engagement during this aftermath. An affiliation is truly mutual when all our views are heard. No partnership should be beyond examination or criticism. For this affiliation to thrive and bring hope, it must bring mutual benefits to all concerned. Conference, I move.
Thank you, Delegate. Do you have a seconder? Luke? Oh, start Luke first.
Is somebody online?
Sarah had her hand up as well. Okay, Sarah Jane then.
Thanks. Conference, so I'm aware that you've already heard me speak twice about this. I just wanted to reiterate what Esther said there was that this motion isn't calling for disaffiliation, it's merely calling for a consultation of membership. And that consultation of membership needs to take place so that people can ask the Labour Party to understand how they feel. You know, we're workers in a union that should be represented by that party, and that's not happening right now. If it serves as a push in the right direction, then it serves us well. The party and the unions are too far apart at the moment. I don't know if anyone remembers or has read about the Kirkby rent strikes in 1979. The secretary of those rent strikes, of the Renters Association, Ethel Singleton, she said to the Guardian journalist covering those rent strikes that how can you get the injustice of it all unless you feel deeply enough about it? And the only way to feel deeply enough about it is it to be bloody well happening to you. And it's not happening to you because you know at the end of the day you can go home. And that is how I feel about
time, please, Delegate.
And the Labour Party at the moment. The relationship has been severed.
Time, please, Delegate. Thank you. Ask General Secretary to respond on behalf of the EC.
Conference. President, probably up on the rostrum for the last time in this conference. You've probably heard more than enough from me. But look, they're saying that that this is no emotion about disaffiliation, okay? So what is the purpose of the consultation? Because if it's not going to achieve anything, why waste time and money having a consultation? Do not be fooled, because the consultation that they want is whether or not we should remain affiliated to the Labour Party. That's the reality. That's what is behind this motion. And you know, I've heard you all. And you've spoken loud and clear that you want us to be even more assertive than we've been with the leadership of the Labour Party. You know, as I told you before, we told them when they suspended Jeremy that we wouldn't be giving any more money, and we've kept to that. We have been fighting with the other left unions to get Jeremy reinstated, and we will continue to do that. And our member on the NEC, Andy Fox, regularly votes against the leadership of the Labour Party. I don't know what more we can do, but we've been doing all that. And you've gone one step further by telling us at this point that even though the EC is not giving donations, you don't want us to give donations in the future. That's the motion you passed earlier on. But there is, look, our relationship with the Labour Party is governed by our rule book. Yep. And what this motion is telling you, is to go and have a consultation. But it's not qualifying whom. Who do we consult? Just the people who pay the political levy? That would be the obvious one, but this one is saying consult all the members. So the Tory members, and we've got Tories who are members, we've got card-carrying members of the Green Party, of the Liberals, and a whole range of other parties. Are we seriously, if those people don't pay the political levy, letting them tell us whether or not we should affiliate to the Labour Party? Because words have meaning, and there is no qualification in that motion that says that this should only be given to people who pay the political levy. And I tell you, it's worse. It's actually robs bits of what the anti-trade union laws that the Tories have forced us to do. Because for us to have a political fund, we have to ballot all the members, not just the people who contribute to the political fund. And we as a union have fought that tooth and nail year after year, and rightly have said that if we wanted to have a political fund, it should be up to the people who want to pay the political levy and not everybody else. And this motion is saying consult everyone, whether they're a Tory, whether they're a Green, whether they like Labour, or you know, even worse, they could be voting for Farage's mob, whatever they call this week. Thank you.
How are you to write a reply on that?
I find it interesting that the General Secretary is now denying you your consultation when he's so happy to surrender our union to a foreign administration. And now he seems appropriately defending the situation that we've got going on in the Labour Party. But please indulge me. Anyway, but it's your consultation, that's what matters. And you have the right to consultation. As I said yesterday, consultation gathers evidence and it allows you to have your say, and it allows those that don't have a voice to have their say. So just indulge me again and just put aside all the things for a minute and just think about, what if we had the opportunity to consult with the Conservatives? Would you give up that right to consultation? So why should it matter now? What should be the difference when we have this opportunity to consult with the Labour Party?
Okay. Right, thank you. We'll move this to a vote. I'll take this by Change Lab. Dave, I can see you've got your hand up. I'll bring you in after this vote. Right, everybody good online? Yep, thank you. Everybody ready in the room? Right, if you could launch the vote, please, Will. 30 seconds. Okay. Right, and if we can show the vote when you're ready. Those in favour 20 and against 18, the item's carried. Dave Merritt, you had your hand up, brother. Dave.
Sorry, again, I put my hand up for the previous motion debate, but it's too late now.
Nah, there was already people speaking on it. Yeah. Right, we'll move on. Can I just say, before we do move on, that conference has shown its will with regard to Labour Party. Can I just say that the leadership have brought that entirely on themselves? And I don't mean our leadership, I mean that of the Labour Party. Item 69, International Relations. EC in support, Call Network Rail North London.
Thank you. First of all, can I say that I think what's printed in the order paper is not correct. We did accept the amendment, so that should already be shown.
That's appreciated.
Yep. Yep. And on,
thank you.
On the basis that the amendments accepted and incorporated, I'll formally move that.
That's appreciated. And that's waived. Right of reply? That'll be waived as well, I suppose. No, thank you. Speech against? Yeah. You may want to use your right of reply now.
Daxburn Turner from Lancashire and Cumbria General. 2 points to make here, and this motion and something that was said in the debate of the last motion, and a lot of the hostility towards the IBB over the last couple of days, there is, in my view, a bit of a USA phobia atmosphere in the air here that it makes me very uncomfortable. Secondly, why are we discussing this here? What has this got to do with our members who has gone up to a TSSA rep and said, I'd like to join the union and I'd like to hear my union's thoughts on international relations, blah, 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 blah. Really? What are we doing? What are we doing with this? The Cold War, that ended 30 years ago. What? Honestly, this is no disrespect to any individual here, but this is nonsensical. We shouldn't be talking about this here. It just, I don't know. We've just had in my part of the world, we've just hosted the G7 Speakers Conference in Chorley. And as an act of friendship, a representative from the US delegation brought a Stars and Stripes to replace one in a local church that was given to that church by a US serviceman in 1943. Why are we spitting in the face of our friends like this? By all means, we can be critical of our friends, but this is just 800 foreign military bases. Sorry, who on the Executive Council has built 800 foreign military bases that we're somehow going to magically, democratically get all ripped down here? Folks, I'm going to ask you to vote against this just as a way of saying, let's stick to our members' interests and not this nonsense. Thank you.
Okay. Call upon Networth Rail North London to use their right of reply.
Thank you, Chair. Ian Rashbrook, Network Rail North London. Clearly, this is an issue that's of interest to some of our members, or it wouldn't have been raised in a branch and put forward as a motion. And not just my branch, but Anglia South General holds similar views. I consider myself to be an internationalist, and I think that's a a tradition that trade unions should be proud of. We don't just look at what goes on in our own country, we look at what goes on around the world. And that's why motions like this are important for union conferences to consider. I'm also not, and I don't believe my branch is anti-USA, and I'm one of the people who's quite subject to finding out more, but quite a supporter of the of the proposed merger. But this is about the potential for military action around the world, and I don't think there's anything wrong with us as a union taking a position which supports de-escalating tensions around the world, which is what this is really about.
Perfect.
No. Right. If we could launch a change land vote on this, because we have had opposition. All those online, are you okay to go? Thank you. You've really got the hang of this now, haven't you? You're doing well. People in the room? Everyone good? Smashing. Right, if we could launch a vote, please, Will. 30 seconds. Okay. Show when you're ready, please. Those in favour 22, against 13. The item's carried. Move on to item 70 and call upon London and Southern Retired.
Move formally.
Move formally, thank you. Do I have a seconder? Second? Yeah. Okay. What, does that mean you're seconding formally?
Yeah, second.
All right. So you don't move from your seat. Right, thank you. Executive Committee waives its right to speak. Slight pause. Right of reply?
Why?
Thank you. We move to the vote. All those in favour, please show. And against? Thank you. That item's carried. Right. Item 71, Parliamentary Scrutiny of Trade Goods. He's here in support. Call upon North East General.
David.
Yep.
David Merritt.
Oh, Dave Merritt, sorry. Thank you. Dave?
Thank you. I'll try and be brief. This is an important motion. It may seem a bit dry, but trade deals affect the terms of how the UK's businesses and its workforce have their products and services sold abroad and how the partner countries sell their goods here. It can be make or break for particular companies, even whole industries, if the terms are wrong. These deals can also allow private business courts to be established to settle issues, which even includes challenging governments who legislate for workers' rights, for higher environmental standards, and or a greater role for public ownership. So they're extremely important. The fact that the Tories have deliberately used the Brexit exit to put this solely in the hands of ministers is frankly corrupt and a complete scandal. We really need to spread the word and make sure people do understand what the Tories are doing, and we make sure that we actually do get control back to our Parliament so that we can actually have the terms of these deals scrutinised. Thank you. I move.
Okay, thank you, Dave. Do I have a second? Yeah? Yeah, no? Oh, right, thank you. EC are in support, waive its right to supply. No fees general, do you wish to right of reply? Dave?
Waived.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Right, we'll take a hand vote on that one. All those in favour, please show. And against? And that's carried. Item 7.2, the Economy and Society, call Anglia South General. Thank you. London North West retired. To second. He's gone, so it's. Can we second that formally? Thank you. EC supports right of reply. Malcolm?
No.
Waived, thank you. Move to the vote. All those in favour, please show. And against? That's carried. Right. Item 73, COP26 and the New Deal. Call upon TFL Central. Moved formally. Do I have a second? Formal? Yep, thank you. Call upon Kent to move the amendment.
Ian MacDonald, Kent branch. I'm moving this amendment from the Russian because the EC have indicated they're opposed to it. I think it's important that the TSSA have some input to COP26, as indeed other trade unions may do so. We have a very vested interest in ensuring that the railways, at the very least, take a predominant role in transport throughout the world. But let's concentrate on in Britain. We've seen the total ignorance of the government, of Eurostar, who've not, for example, given a single penny to supporting Eurostar and the 40% share of it that we ought to be in possession of. Just abrogating the responsibility to the private companies they've sold to. That's just one example. Now, Manuel wrote a very capable article in one of the papers, I think it was the Times, I can't remember, about the COP26 and how essential it was. And yet here we are. I've asked that he or a substitute, suitable substitute, attend the COP, if it's possible to get into any of the sessions, or if not, then to the fringe groups, and not to go every day, and you may not get in at all, but at least to make the motion that to try and get involved in some of the debates and discussions that are taking place. Here's our chance to make a case for the railways and public transport. Why should we shy away from doing that if other organisations are going to be involved? There may be railway companies from this country or around the world, or Europe particularly, who have something to say on this. What a shame if we're not there to make our case. Now, as I said, may not get in. I'm not holding anyone to ransom if they fail to do it, but we ought to at least be trying. And so I urge you to persuade the government, the EC, to get Manuel or someone else who's capable of knowledge of transport to try and get involved with the COP26. Thank you.
Okay. Do I have a second for the amendment?
Yes, please.
Malcolm?
Malcolm Watt, Anglia South General. Colleagues, I wasn't really prepared to intervene in this debate, but I've decided to do so because it is so crucial that we do engage as many people as possible in that COP26 conference and so on. And the more that we can use our influence to bear on society, the better it is. And I have to pay a tribute to one of our colleagues, Fliss Premru, I think maybe up there somewhere, for all the work she's been doing on this. She came to our Trades Council and spoke and certainly got me involved in some of the Zoom meetings. So I've learnt a lot over the past few months, and I've been passing that out to our colleagues within the branch and so on. So I think this actually is extremely important. I really urge you to support it. Thank you.
Okay. Executive Committee to respond to the amendment.
David Hardman, speaking for the EC, rather in an unfortunate position of speaking against my comrade Malcolm from Anglia South. I think we recognise that it's a well-intentioned amendment, but it does have practical implications. The second bit of the amendment is probably sort of the least important, but we were a bit concerned about the idea of running additional trains at a time when we've got trains running half empty, because of the pandemic. But it's really the first bit of the amendment that's perhaps more of concern because of the resource implications for TSSA, Manwell and the support staff. We've already heard how cut to the bone TSSA is, and the fact that we can't actually get replacements for support staff who go on sick leave, as is the case at the moment. And this very conference has sort of mandated Manwell to carry out all manner of extra activities himself, such as the obvious negotiations over the merger and things like, off the top of my head, looking into quality management processes for staff that he's already worrying that he might have to make voluntarily redundant, the consultation over the Labour Party. We just don't really have the means to actually provide this, especially for something that will in fact be very well publicised. It's not like this is going to be a secret event that we won't hear anything about. It will be in the media. We will know what's going on. And as the mover of the amendment said, we don't even know if anybody will be able to get into the conference in the first place, and they'll be there as an observer. So it's not really a good use of TSSA's resources, unfortunately. So I ask people to vote against the amendment.
Okay. TfL Central to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Luke Howard, TfL Central. My branch had a great deal of sympathy with this motion, and our initial with this amendment, our initial thought was to accept it. However, with the delay in conference particularly, bearing in mind that the COP26 begins at the end of October, we felt this was probably out of time, that it's too late for a TSSA representative to take part in the COP26, to register for it, and too late for people to arrange, people will have made their travel arrangements to go, so it's too late for the second paragraph of the amendment as well. But those are technical points. I don't agree with a lot of what the EC said. I think we should be trying to give support, and we can encourage people to give support nationally. There are UK-wide hubs for supporting climate action and campaigning about COP26. It's going to be a fiasco with the inadequacy of the Tory policies, so pressure to improve that. There are demos nationwide on the 6th of November, I think, the Saturday during COP26, and there are Fridays for the Future youth strikes coming back, which people will remember from 2019, starting from this Friday.
Down,
please support, consider the amendment yourselves, but please support the motion.
Right. Right, if we could lodge a vote on the amendment, please, Will, as it is opposed. Slightly. If you could say it now for 30 seconds. Everybody good online? Yeah, in the room? Okay. Okay, could show the result when you're ready. For the amendment 19, against the amendment 14. Therefore, the amendment is carried. With the carrying of the amendment, the EC are now opposed to the motion. And if I could ask David to come back and respond to the motion, which we're now opposed to. First time EC delegate as well. You get them.
Yeah, thanks very much for that. I think, you know, it's a difficult one because obviously we do support the green agenda, but there won't be much that is added. You know, sort of a TSSA presence at COP26 won't really bring anything to the party because, well, firstly, as mentioned, we don't even know if we'll be able to get in there. We don't really know what fringe events are happening. We won't be able to speak at main events. You know, we will be principally there as observers. And of course, it's not as though our position on the green agenda is unknown. We heard, you know, sort of maybe half an hour ago that, of course, Manuel himself speaks regularly with Andy MacDonald, you know, within the Labour Party on transport policy. So I really don't think there is much extra that we will bring to this. So now I ask the conference to vote against the motion.
Okay. Kent, with the passing of your amendment, you're now the holder. Do you wish to hand it back?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Okay. TFL Central, right of reply.
He's not handing it back. Sorry, he didn't hear the question properly.
Okay. So he's not handing it back. So
Yep.
Kent, right of reply.
Okay, yes, I support everything that's in the main motion. It's absolutely logical and sensible. And quite frankly, simply asking Manuel or one person, not a whole delegation of people, to try and get into the COP26 is not a big requirement, is it? He may fail. He may not be able to get involved at all or attend a fringe, but they should at least try to be involved. We should show the flag, for goodness sake, for the railways for this country and our commitment and involvement in supporting alternatives to road building and runway expansion. So, colleagues, to vote for the motion and the amendment and support our efforts to make a positive impact on transport in this country and consequently the ability to have more of a climate change effective policy that we can all support. Thank you.
Okay. Right. We'll take this on Change Lab. Everybody good at home? Yep, thank you. Everybody in the room online? Smashing. If you could launch the vote, Will, please. 30 seconds. Right, if you could show the vote when you're ready, please. Right, 427 against 8, that's carried. Right, move on now. Item 74, climate change in the railways. The EC are in support of this motion. Kent? Yep, it's you, brother. Kent from 74. Formally? Thank you very much. He was still stoked about getting his amendment through, wasn't he? London Bus and Rail Operators. Formally, thank you. Executive is in support. Right of reply, Kent? Thank you very much. Right, we'll move to the vote. All those in favour, please show. And against? Yeah, item's carried. Thank you. Right, Item 75, Transport Policy, Public Ownership, Executive Committee in support. Call upon the Irish Committee. Kerry? Formally? Thank you. Do I have a second for this motion? Yes, I've got you there, Michael. Thank you. Mick Maguire to second. Online.
Yep, Mick Maguire, Return Member Group. I wish to formally support this motion, and I would like to speak on the second motion, which is 76. Okay? I formally second the second one, but I'd like to speak on it. Thank you.
All right, no problem. I'll bring you in on that one. Confusing. Right, Executive Committee supports the item, waives its right to speak. Do I have a right reply, Irish Committee? You waving that, Kerry? Yes. Thank you. If you could give me some indication. Right, we move to the vote. All those in favour, please show. And against? That item's carried. Item 76, cross-border funding. Executive are in support. Irish Committee? Formally, thank you. Right, do I have any seconds? I think Mick Maguire online. Michael Maguire online, please. It's a second.
Yeah, okay. Michael Maguire, Retired Member Group. Thank you again, Mr. President. The situation in the island of Ireland is that we have been used to getting what's called ERDF, European Regional Development Funds. It's part of what we, as the UK, had contributed and possibly still contribute to the EU. We would get some of that back for funding for capital projects on the railway, for example, new track between Belfast and Dublin. So that money jointly benefits the north of Ireland or Northern Ireland and Southern Ireland. So I would very much wish to second motion 76. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. Executive Committee does support and waive its right to speak. Irish Committee, right reply? No, thank you. We move to the vote. All those in favour, please show. And against? That will be carried. Item 77, Transport Policy, Rail Freight, Anna Cole, West of Scotland. Sorry, Leslie Pollock on Zoom.
Alan, it will be Alan.
It's Alan. It's Alan,
is
it? Right, Alan on Zoom. Yep, away you go, brother.
Yeah.
Yep.
Magic Alan here, West Scotland 850. I was going to just formally push this through, but I note the amendment. I'd just like to speak against the amendment.
Yeah, you do.
Forward about it. It mentions HS2. HS2 is nice in its current form. We have London to Birmingham, but rail freight is more about the UK as a whole, and not just one railway line. We've got Daventry up to Moss End on an almost daily basis, and from Moss End we then travel to Inverness. We've got Daventry out to Wales, and then we've got all the other freight lines in between with massive terminus. But what happens when rail freight gets to a terminus, and this is my principal point for speaking, when we get to a terminus, it needs to move by road. And I'll talk against the amendment once it's been put forward. But conference, we're in a COP26 year. We've got a chance to speak for rail freight. We've got a chance to promote it for the entirety of the UK. And we've got a chance to just put it forward, and that's what we're calling for. Can we, as a conference, call upon the EC to push to the Labour Party and remind this government, rail freight exists, rail freight's good, rail freight's here, and that's what the railways were designed for. I've got the BAK, which was a coal line just not too far away from me, and it was the first one in Scotland. Permanent Way was for moving freight, passengers as a side effect. Conference will move 77. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, Wales number 1 is sheeted, and I believe the delegate may have had to leave. Wales number 1? No. So we agree to move formally? Thank you. Right, call upon Kent to move the amendment.
Ian MacDonald, Kent. Conference, delegates. I'm surprised that West of Scotland branch have decided that because the amendment happens to mention HS2, that somehow this is not relevant to their motion. This is mysterious. If you remember, when Labour Party launched the project HS2, the prime mover for doing this was to get more freight onto the classic routes by removing the high-speed, the fastest trains from the existing classic routes to create the capacity for far more freight, because it's no good saying, oh, you're to be shifting everything by rail when there isn't the capacity on the railways. So I'm sorry, it's not, nothing specific about Scotland, it's about freight on the railways. And it's an example of the hypocrisy of this government. When Tories took over the project HS2, they stopped mentioning about freight. They started talking about how wonderful and fast it would be between different city centres. The real objective of HS2 was not just to get faster journeys for passengers, it was to get more capacity on the classic lines for freight. And I'm sorry, but Scotland's arguments for saying that it's not relevant or that it somehow misleads the objectives is strange, because it's simply an example of this government's hypocrisy. And that is what we're trying to highlight in this amendment. So I urge you all to support the basic principle of getting more freight on the railways and exposing the government for its failure to do so, and what more could be done if they were sufficiently committed. And please support the amendment.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a seconder for the amendment? Formally? Okay, thank you. Right, West of Scotland to reply to the amendment. Alan O'Hare on Zoom.
Hi, Conference. Once again, thank you for giving me the right to reply to the amendment. The reason I'm calling you to be against it, and it's not just the mention of HS2, it's more principally the very last sentence, is to ask whether the government will assist with this objective through lowering of rail freight charges and higher tax charges for road freight. Lowering rail freight charges, that just increases the shareholders' dividend at the end of the year. And a higher tax on road freight. Road freight is something that's essential to deliver. A higher tax on road freight will be seen in the consumer's pocket. On that basis, I ask you to oppose the amendment.
Okay. And what I believe will be the final time today, I call a change lab vote on the amendment, please. Will, 30 seconds.
The chain lab, it's worked well, hasn't it? Once we got the hang of it, it's worked very well.
Okay. Right, show the vote on the amendment when you're ready, please. The votes for the amendment 16 and against the amendment 17, so the amendment is lost. Right of reply to the motion, call West of Scotland. Alan, online.
Thank Conference, just to thank you again for going with the original motion as we put forward. Rail freight's good. We know rail freight's good, that's what it was designed for. Just push get us and road freight at the other end. Fine, short distance for road, long distance for rail. We can do it as a country, we can do it as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, I'll take a show of hands. All those in favour, please show. And against? And that item is carried. Thank you very much. Yep. Right, I'll move on to item 78, rule alterations. Conference. This is a technical motion which allows the EC to put into operation the rule alterations that you've passed. So actually, if you vote this down, then Cheryl's not on the standing orders next. But it is technical. All those in favour, please show. And against? Passed. And that is carried. And with that, we've actually got through the business of conference. I just want to thank you for your indulgence. This has been... Steve Roberts, you've got your hand up. I'm not sure what you're questioning about because there's nothing left to do. Yeah. Steve.
Hi. I just wanted to make a comment from the people that are at home online. I originally accepted nomination for my branch's delegate for a conference in June that was online. When it was moved to Birmingham later on in the year in person, I was very dubious about attending because of the concerns about my current health. Fortunately, TSSA agreed to run a hybrid conference, and that has enabled me, and by extension my branch, to play a full part in the conference. Admittedly, I've not had the opportunity of socialising with old friends or making new friends, and my wife has not had the opportunity of going around the shops in Birmingham armed with my credit card. But it has been, apart from a few hiccups, it has been very successful. And I wanted to thank Gareth and Will and all the team behind the scenes for all that they've done to help it make it successful. They deserve a round of applause.
Well, you've just stolen my thunder there, brother, because that's what I was going to do. But I echo every word that you've said. And to everybody that has online, you know, we've tried as much as we can to keep you involved. Some have managed to be involved more than others. And I'm massively impressed with how well this has run, because I didn't think it was going to, if I'm quite frank with you. Again, I echo the thanks to Will, Gareth, but also Kirsty and Luke that are over there. But especially our techie team at the back that have been absolutely fantastic throughout. But I don't know whether you've all done union conferences or not, but if not, you seem to get the hang of this one pretty damn quick. So thank you very much. And with that conference, I'll call conference closed, and I will see you all in Sheffield next year.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.